8th, 2025 meeting of the Lakeville Area School Board. If everyone would rise with me to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll do roll call, start with my right.
Amber Cameron.
Brett Nicholson.
Paul Carbone.
Matt Swanson.
Michael Bauman.
Carly Anderson.
Brian Thompson.
All right, are there any additions to the agenda? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda as drafted.
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, there being a first by Director Cameron, a second by Director Carbone. All those in favor of approving the agenda as drafted, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, disapproved. Superintendent Bauman, good news.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have good news to report from Lakeville Area Schools. Celebrating the class of 2025 GED graduates. This June, 6 students graduated with their GEDs through Lakeville Area Schools Adult Public Education Program. We're very proud of their hard work, and we wish them the best in the next chapter of their lives. Lakeville North seniors compete in Class AA state tennis. Congratulations to Lakeville North High School seniors Cade Bishop and Ezra Mahoney for qualifying for the 2025 Boys Class AA state tennis tournament in the individual bracket on June 5th. While they didn't advance past the first round, their appearance at the state caps off an excellent season and high school career. Way to go, Cade and Ezra. Lakeville Area Schools Student Shine at Speech Nationals. We offer our congratulations to all the Lakeville North and Lakeville South High School speech team individuals who competed at the 2025 National Speech and Debate Tournament, June 15th through the 20th in Des Moines, Iowa. The Lakeville North speech team earned the National School of Excellence Award, finishing in the top 20 in the nation out of over 3,100 teams. Individually, incoming Lakeville North and incoming senior Meredith Leo placed fourth in her category of program oral interpretation, performing in front of over 2,000 attendees. So congratulations to both our Lakeville North and South High School speech teams. Lakeville Area Schools track and field athletes make great strides at state. Student athletes from Lakeville North and Lakeville South High School track and field teams participated in the 2025 Class AAA Boys-Girls Track and Field State Meet June 10th through the 12th at St. Michael Albertville High School. Lakeville South Junior Eva Welsh placed first in the girls' 100-meter hurdles. South's first track and field champion since 2015. Congratulations, Ms. Welsh. And you can read more about the amazing things happening in our district at isd194.org/news. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Superintendent Bauman. There's no one signed up for public comment tonight, so we'll keep rolling along and move on to the consent agenda. Any items on the consent agenda that board members want to remove for further discussion? If there are none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
All right, so motion by Director Carbone. Is there a second? There's a second. Any discussion? All right, being a first by Director Carbone and a second by Director Nicholson, all in favor of approval of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Reports and discussions. First, we're going to start with the safety and security prevention presentation. Karen Kuhn, Lisa Holeen, and Holly Ryan.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Swanson, board members, Superintendent Bauman. Thank you for the opportunity for us to meet with you tonight and present. My name is Karen Kuhn, and I serve as the Director of Student Health, Safety, and Wellness. And I'm proud to be with Holly Ryan, our Threat Assessment Specialist, and Lisa Holine, who is our Student Service Specialist. A few weeks ago, you heard a presentation about the physical security in our buildings and the measures in place across our district. On behalf of the Student Services Department, we're here to provide an overview of our work related to early detection, prevention, and management of safety and wellness concerns. This work is a key part of the district's comprehensive safety and security plan, and we are committed to these efforts so that we can identify concerns early and prevent situations from escalating into crises. Tonight's presentation highlights the tools, strategies, and systems we have implemented to proactively support student safety while also promoting a positive and responsive school climate. Our focus includes anonymous reporting systems, digital monitoring platforms, suicide risk screenings, and our behavior threat assessment and management process, all grounded in evidence-based practices. We'll also walk through how these tools are helping us detect concerns early, intervene effectively, and connect students with the support they need.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Holine, and I do serve as a Student Services Specialist for the district. As we begin tonight's presentation, I'd like to ground our conversation in the concept of prevention. This is a concept that many of us are likely familiar with, and it's a critical component of achieving student outcomes and ensuring that we create the conditions for students to be successful personally, socially, academically, and behaviorally. Prevention is rooted in a very simple idea. Essentially, it's stopping something bad from ever occurring in the first place. We know investing in preventative measures is essential to avoid the impact of negative outcomes. Prevention is achieved through increasing protective factors that promote the health and well-being for our students, while decreasing risk factors that increase the likelihood of negative outcomes. Prevention is also achieved through the selection and implementation of evidence-based tools and strategies. Utilizing effective prevention tools and strategies is critical to the overall effectiveness of our prevention efforts. As we think about the overall concept of prevention as the foundation of achieving positive student outcomes, it's important to recognize several aspects of our collective district work contribute to the student well-being and safety. Certainly many more than we can even highlight tonight. For the purposes of tonight's presentation, our conversation will be focused specifically on the tools used to detect and respond to concerns related to student safety and security. We believe prevention is a verb. It's actionable. One way we can make prevention and early detection actionable is to educate everyone within our schools, community, that safety and security is rooted in this. If you see something, say something, and do something. We will soon review some specific tools that help students take that action, but the most comprehensive prevention strategy we can use is to remind everyone to take action when you hear or observe anything of potential concern. It isn't the responsibility of a person to necessarily assess or determine the merit or validity of the concern, simply to report it. Tonight, we will review three main tools that guide our early detection and response efforts in Lakeville area schools: our anonymous reporting platform, our G Suite monitoring platform, our suicide risk screening, and behavioral threat assessment and management platform. So first, anonymous reporting. The first tool we utilize is our anonymous reporting system, currently P3. Maintaining a positive, healthy culture and climate within our schools is the top prevention strategy related to safety and security. And anonymous reporting is a key factor in creating those conditions. Anonymous reporting provides our students and community a way to communicate potential concerns in the moment they observe or experience something of concern, which ultimately positions our staff to take timely actions on those concerns. Use of anonymous reporting gives us insight into individual student needs, concerns that may be present within the school community at large, or concerns that have been observed outside the school environment that could negatively impact individual students or the school in general. Some of those concern areas are noted here, including conflict with peers, mental health concerns, substance use concerns, and acts of violence. There are obviously many others. It's important to highlight one, though, and that's the importance of anonymous reporting and how it specifically relates to acts of school violence. In 90% of acts of targeted violence towards schools, perpetrators told someone about their plan. That's also referred to as leakage, and this is why we strongly promote the see something, say something, do something message to our students and our community when reviewing our anonymous reporting platform. Our school communities have many access points to utilize anonymous reporting. They are noted here. The P3 app is a standard app on all secondary student iPads. Additionally, the P3 app is available for download on any mobile device for anyone in our community. There is a site-specific link on each school's webpage and a general use link on our district webpage. So people can access P3 through all of those methods. When a tip comes in, it gets delivered to designated staff at each site. These designated safety team members include a building principal, one AP at the secondary level sites, and one student services staff member. An example of that would be a school counselor, a middle school student support specialist, or a school social worker. Once a tip is received, the safety team reviews that information and routes it to the administrator and/or student services staff member assigned to the student noted in the report for continued follow-up. Our anonymous reporting system does have a two-way dialogue feature, so we can engage a tipster to gain additional information by prompting clarifying questions, as well as advising them to submit new information if it would occur. The system also supports the uploading of images if a tipster wants to include those as well. Again, it's important to reiterate, a tipster doesn't need to determine the merit or the validity of a concern, only communicate what they observe or experience. Outside the school day and over the summer, there are designated district-level staff members who remain on call after hours and on weekends to respond to incoming tips or emergency situation. This support is provided 24/7, 365 days a year. Here in this graph, you can see the P3 activity over the last school year by month. As noted, we had 529 total reports received. The distribution over the year is generally what we'd expect to see, with slightly more reports occurring in the fall. That's when school's been in session for a little while and students have learned a little bit more or been reminded about P3 as a tool. And then again in the early to mid-spring, when we tend to see a little more energy in the school environment and as some of that year-end fatigue sets in.
Holly had a quick question. Do we have any issues, or have you run into any issues with false reporting?
I would say we always find that there's a little bit of reporting that may not be accurate, or it may be used in that way, but it's very rare when you look at the total number of reports. It's very uncommon. Students use this in the attention in which it's designed most often. The next graph shows P3 activity organized by our highest frequency tip types. So when viewing this data, it's important to note these metrics represent potential concerns from the reporter's perspective that need follow-up assessment to validate the information and determine the appropriate response. When a person makes a report, they're choosing the category that best matches the concern from their perspective. The tips highlighted here are the 12 highest frequency types that we're receiving. But it's important to mention that we have a total of 31 categories available to reporters. Again, these numbers don't necessarily reflect substantiated situations. They reflect initial concerns as they're reported. The next graph indicates the incidence of what we call life safety events. These events occurred over the last school year. Life safety events include those categories that are the highest risk areas, considered imminent and requiring immediate response. Life safety tips escalate to the highest alert level and will call or text our designated personnel until the tip is reviewed. It's important to note that life safety tips are generally read within 1 to 2 minutes of receipt and responded to immediately. Again, it's important for people to know that there are designated staff members who monitor reports made outside school hours and immediately respond to and manage life safety reports, like we provide that support all year long. The second prevention tool we'll review is our online monitoring software called BARC. BARC is the platform used to monitor district-issued student G Suite activity, including Gmail and Google Docs, Sheets, and Slides, so district-issued. BARC uses AI to scan and detect keywords acronyms, web addresses, and photos that may indicate a concern. That AI context alerts those designated building team members who will review for additional context. Based on the context applied by the staff at the building level, alerts are assessed for validity and responded to accordingly. This graph illustrates BARC activity over the last school year, again by month. Again, the role of this platform is to bring potentially concerning situations to the attention of our staff so that we can determine context and validate the information of potential concern. You may be wondering why October is considerably higher in flagged activity. Our analysis showed one flagged document was shared between multiple students in this case and accessed multiple times, each of which will count as a separate alert. It is not as common, but we do sometimes see multi-student, multi-access situations like this, especially with student email and Google Docs. Here you can see BARC alerts by category of concern over the last school year. Again, it's important to note not each record that is flagged represents a substantiated concern. Flagged content often occurs for developmentally expected commentary by students, such as a student says something to appear in jest and the BARC will flag, or uses a phrase or acronym in their banter back and forth between peers and it flags. Sometimes it could be a classroom health assignment, they're doing a mental health unit, and it doesn't recognize all the context and it will flag us just in case. The role of this tool is to detect a potential concern and bring that to our attention for validation and potential follow-up as needed. As you've seen in our previous slides, there are several student need areas that are served by our early detection tools, anonymous reporting, and BARC. The third tool we will review tonight is the platform supporting our response to the most concerning student needs we detect, suicidal ideation and threats or acts of school violence. When responding to concerns of suicidal ideation, we use the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. The Columbia is a risk screener we use throughout the system whenever a concern of suicide ideation is reported or detected. This tool provides consistent evidence-based protocol to identify suicide risk, assess that risk, identify any existing supports already in place for a student, and determine what additional support may be needed. The Columbia is administered by our student services staff, our school counselors, social workers, student support specialists, and psychologists. And following completion, they work with parents and guardians to review the risk results and create a support plan, including helping families identify and connect with community-based resources and supports, in addition to the support that we provide in school. Over the 24-25 school year, 59 risk assessments were completed, with 13 students indicating moderate risk and 9 students indicating high risk. I'll now invite our threat assessment specialist, Holly Ryan, to review the other side of that platform, which houses our behavior threat assessment and management response protocol. Yeah, sure.
Director Anderson?
Thank you. In terms of the screenings, is there any difference in terms of what level we're seeing? Is there greater risk at the secondary level, I would assume, or is it happening across all levels, or is the intervention, or?
I would say the risk that is probably validated is going to happen more at the secondary level, but it doesn't mean that our elementary students aren't making comments that require that risk assessment. And so, I don't know, do you have the numbers off the top of your head about how it's stratified across the grades?
Yeah,
I'd have to
I
pull
would
'em.
completely agree with you
Yeah.
that it's more of a high risk when you have secondary students that are making those comments and reports and the screenings are done versus elementary students that are saying it in jest, or they heard it playing Xbox, about killing themselves, and just are using that language inappropriately. And when you screen them, you find that there's no intent there. They were just using words inappropriately.
I'm going to have to ask you all to speak into the microphone for the benefit of those who are going to listen to this later. They won't hear what you're saying, so just make that a practice, please. Thank you.
So if you could just repeat everything you just said.
I would say we are seeing a bit of an uptick, though, in elementary students who are making comments that we are identifying as at least some moderate risk. So we're working with those families, obviously, right away as well.
Director Cameron?
A question about BARC, and I may have missed this. Does BARC screen for web searches as well? Okay, is any monitoring happening with that?
No, it does not. So we do have a platform called Securely that gathers information on web searches. It's part of our filter that Disket kind of controls, but there's no active alerting. on Securely. So whereas Bark sees something concerning, sends out an alert, and then we can follow it up. So how we use Securely is when we have an identified student of concern, like say we're doing a threat assessment, I might run into, I will go into Securely, I'll type that student's name, and I'll look at the last 30 days of what they've searched for on their school-issued iPad to see if they're looking at inappropriate content, like past school shooters or mental health or top 10 ways to kill myself, whatever the concern is, I'll look and do that kind of analysis to see what they're spending their time on.
But it doesn't track it, is what you're saying, or it doesn't flag you?
It does not flag
Okay.
us.
Is that service available through Bark for internet searching?
It's not a Bark service. It would be available through Securely, but it's an additional cost.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, Matt.
Director Carbone?
Yeah, do you keep data on repeat offenders? I mean, the curious thing is when you look at the most frequent activity, it was like 500 and something. Are those actually 500 and some students
no.
separately, or two students doing 250 things?
Yeah, so what happened that month of October, there was a Google Doc, okay? And sometimes when kids lose their phones, their parents take their phones away, they say, hey, I'm going to be creative and be able to communicate with my friends by creating a Google Doc, and their parents think they're doing homework, and they're on their Google Doc having a long conversation. And sometimes there can be 10, 20 kids on a Google Doc chiming into this conversation. The October numbers were high because there was one document, I believe it was shared with 12 or 13 students, and every time someone added another inappropriate comment, it flagged Bark again. So if you times that many people by one document, that's why the numbers in October, and that happens a couple times, throughout the year, with Google Docs, et cetera. Sometimes with emails, if someone sends an email to 3 students, it'll flag all 4 times, the one that sent it and the 3 that received it.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Director Nicholson?
Do we have any comparables, are we seeing more, less? Are we on par with a lot of people in the metro? I mean, what is your...
So comparable to our data, I would say we are slightly less than the years preceding the pandemic and returning back to school. Like those 2 years after have been really intense across the board for all the systems that we use. So maybe a little bit slighter of reports, et cetera, this school year. But I also, it's a little bit hard to compare apples to apples, especially when you're talking about P3 or anonymous reporting, because we haven't always used P3. We used P3 in the beginning. Prior to that, we used a software called Report It. And then last year, we moved away from P3 and went with a free option called Stop It, and then went back to P3 this year. So in doing so, the data, you can't compare apples to apples. And so forth. Just like Bark, the first year we used Gaggle, now we use Bark because it's much cheaper. So we have that data, but it's sometimes not comparing the same thing.
How about comparing us to similar sized school districts throughout the state, or
In which system?
any of them?
It's-
I guess
it's-
I'm curious, just
Yeah.
are we, because I look at it and again, one person says, 5 times you see something on there, and that seems like a lot in terms for me to just think about, but obviously we're looking at 12,000 students. So,
Right.
comparing 12,000 students to, say, a Wyzetta.
Yeah, I'm part of a lot of collaboratives, Dakota County as well as Metro collaboratives, where we talk school safety things. The problem is people use different platforms. They train it out. They train their stakeholders differently. Some don't have it on their student iPads. Some have a Google form to fill out for an anonymous report. They don't actually use a platform. So I haven't found a comparable size district that's using the same platforms with the same length of time we've been using it. I would say, all of having our comprehensive prevention strategies, we've always been a step ahead of other districts, and now districts are catching up and putting those layers in place. So it's a great question, and I think we'll get there. I think the hard thing about Minnesota is, and I'll talk about this a little bit when I talk about threat assessment, is there's no mandates in Minnesota for a lot of school safety initiatives. So as compared to states like Florida, that has a statewide anonymous reporting system, Texas that has a state reporting system, they're going to have that data comparing one district to the other. And that's the same with threat assessment. It's the same with BARC. So that's just how we are in Minnesota. We have to find those people and hope that our data can kind of align to answer those questions.
Director Anderson?
I was just gonna say, I would guess some of this is like a cultural thing too, in terms of how much the district is emphasizing reporting and the do something, say something versus, so to me, maybe a question would be, how many incidents are we actually having versus, because reporting is a good thing. We want to encourage it. It's more, how many incidents are we having of actual, the follow-through indicates that there's serious bullying, there's serious threat in terms of, have there been suicide attempts or, those kinds of things that are the later stages that we want to prevent.
So within, yes, I agree. BARC's a little bit harder to pull that data from. It would be going through tens of thousands of reports to get that. P3 is much better. All staff that are trained in using P3, there's what's called a disposition report. So that's where they make their notes. So student maybe said, someone had a weapon at school. The team investigated it. They put their notes in the disposition report. The student does not have access to weapons, did a search, et cetera. But it's not a quick, you'd have to look at all of those instances, and I can pull those and tell you, for those, what happened, but it's not like a report that I can run those dispositions, if that makes sense.
Director Cameron?
And this probably isn't for this conversation, but Brett, your question makes me think. I wonder if either through FastBridge or through other student surveys, aren't we tracking student behavioral questions and needs, not through what you're talking about tonight, but maybe there's other surveys where we can compare.
Talking about integrating the information then.
Well, we could integrate, yes, but also comparing ourselves to other districts, what are the surveys looking at? And
Well, I guess my point was you're looking at, kind of the early indicators, right? So I'm trying to consider, OSHA has near misses, so you're looking at what are our
Averted.
Hey, this is, these are the early indicators of a potential issue. So you're trying to, again, prevent. So you need to know the early indicators, which is kind of the, it's a little bit of a, you need the reporting piece of it. You need
Right.
somebody to say something.
You
Otherwise, you
absolutely
have
do.
no early indication of anything. So
That's where
okay.
behavior threat assessment and managed comes in, because you're getting that information, identifying there's a concern, you're
Right.
doing the assessment, and then when there is a validated concern, you're managing that, and then you have more sound numbers of what really is a threat versus what is not a threat.
Right.
So.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, I think what I was hearing was that how do you consolidate this data and centralize it? And obviously with the data analytics piece, I'd love to be able to see this annually to see how are we progressing. Obviously the numbers are going to go up as our head count goes up, but percentage-wise, are we lowering that? And back to what you were saying, how much could we have saved, or what did we save or potentially could have saved? In these transactions, I'm really appreciative of students being creative, but let's put it on the record that anything in G Suite is accessible by the district. It is a district device, and so let's be for students and for parents out there. When we go to school, let's focus on school things. The anonymous reporting. I do have a quick question on that one. I see a lot of the categories. They may be, it sounds like they're very student focused. And so if a student had a concern or they heard something about a staff or they were treated whatever by a staff, is P3 the tool that they use as well? And then if a staff saw another staff do something inappropriately, do they report that in P3? And what's their mechanism?
The first question was whether or not students can report complaints about staff.
Yes.
Yes. And it happens, but it happens a very small percentage of the time. Maybe this year, I would say there might have been between 7 and 10.
Okay.
And then those go right to leadership. We don't address those. If it's a staff issue, it goes to HR and the building administrator. The second question was...
Can staff submit something?
They can,
as well.
And we've talked about utilizing that. We've never really rolled that out. Anybody can. Anybody,
Right.
Someone in Florida can pull up our website, I guess, and make an anonymous report if they wanted to. staff don't really utilize it that way. Sometimes we'll have staff put it in there just to create a record of it.
Yeah.
Just because it's a nice place to house that data, so.
So it's a tool right now focused on students based on student behavior, student bullying, XYZ.
And parents and the community.
And parents,
I mean,
got it.
I think we can do better at training our stakeholders in the community to use this if they're seeing something out in the community.
Yep.
That's a concern that, is our responsibility to handle. Because our school resource officers, they don't get every tip that comes in, but when it pertains to something legal or law enforcement related, they're included on that tip.
Got it. And so I'm glad we have something for our 12,000 students, and it sounds like it could be a tool that could be leveraged for our 1,300 employees that work here as well. Whether it be, the BARC system that has different keywords, and you've got the P3 system. Again, the opportunity to gather feedback from all of our constituents and being able to leverage that data and make any course corrections where it makes sense sounds good. And then centralizing the data for for future and ongoing reports, and we can see trends. It seems to be the right path to go. All right, thank you.
Agreed.
Director Anderson?
Can I just clarify one thing? I'm sorry. I know you guys are trying to get through your presentation.
No, it's all good.
So I just want to clarify that, because I think this would be a question when you're talking about parents getting more involved. So let's say you're at a football game with your kids and you see some stuff happen. You have no idea who the kids are. That is still something that you should be reporting, because even though you can't identify them, that might change how the administration approaches the next football game, maybe more security or other kinds of things if we're noticing any trends or something like that.
Absolutely.
Okay, just want to clarify. It doesn't have to be an identified person.
No, and I
Yeah.
mean, you can use pictures, but you can describe them, and sometimes when a situation like that occurs, we're getting multiple reports, and one person saw one thing and one person saw another thing, and we put them together, and then that gives us more information to follow up on.
Do we,
All right.
do we compile, just one more, sorry. Do we compile all the disposition reports into some sort of like monthly summary or anything like that?
The disposition reports are part of the system, so it doesn't necessarily get compiled, they stay in the system. So like, say if you wanted to know on one of those was weapons, I'm really interested as a board member to know what those 5 weapons were. Were they confirmed weapons? Was it 5 people reporting that one student had a weapon? I want more information. I can go in and give you that. Now, when you're talking about bullying and harassment where it's 134 or whatever, I can still get it for you. It's just gonna be more manual. I can't go in and run a report that just lists the dispositions. And I mean, we're talking about kind of maybe a good point about there's no way, and Kim, and maybe if I'm not thinking, there's no way to like provide a false, like like a false reading that would take that out, like make it easier, you know what I mean? Like, so if you're investigating it and you determined I'm not sure. We'd have to look into that to see if that was the information that you wanted, what we could pull from it.
Okay.
Sorry, here I am again. So there's not an option in this system to, let's say, at the end of the day with this event, you have a choice of 5 different options of what happened here. It's
do.
more text
You
or?
you
okay.
do have options. Sometimes people don't complete the option and they write a note, and if they write a note, then it
Then
doesn't
you
pull
can't
the
run it.
data. Yeah, exactly.
But if everybody did.
If everybody
that-
did, you'd get better at being able to provide what that disposition, what that would mean. I just don't think that data would be very accurate right now.
Okay.
But I can share those with you, what options they have. So P3 is a really robust system. I know because we had a different one last year, and everybody was like, stop it, needs to stop it, because
Sure.
we wanted P3 back.
Yeah, and I think what we're getting at is, I mean, I'd be curious to see, the number of reports through P3, how they're dealt with, and then what the disposition is of that, obviously. Yeah.
Okay,
And
I'll take a
then
look.
to Paul's question earlier, do you have the same issue with the same individual happening over and over again?
Sure, I mean,
So-
there's some students that they come up and it's like, yep, we know them very well,
Sure.
so. Okay,
Better hurry up before Brian asks. a
behavior
question.
threat assessment and
He's ready.
management. All right, so BTAM, behavior threat assessment management, is recognized as the leading violence prevention strategy by the FBI, United States Secret Service, Department of Education, Department of Homeland Security, National School Safety Center. But what is it? It's a systematic, fact-based process used to identify, assess, and manage individuals who pose a threat of violence. It's focused on behavior, not a profile, and the focus is on intervention, not discipline. When done with fidelity, the process reduces biases, over or under reaction, and minimizes liability. BTAM is grounded in decades of research showing that acts of targeted violence, such as school shootings, are rarely impulsive. Individuals who carry these out don't simply snap. They decide and engage in a process of planning and decision-making over days, weeks, months, and even years. Importantly, during this planning phase, individuals often exhibit warning signs. They may engage in concerning behaviors or share their intentions, sometimes subtly, sometimes directly, through what is known as leakage. These warning signs offer a critical window for intervention. By intervening early, we prevent potential harm and connect students to the help they need at school. What behavior threat assessment is not. It is not a criminal investigation. It is not a disciplinary process. It is not profiling, and it does not replace special education due process. So the process, BTAM process starts when someone reports behavior that raises a concern for potential violence or harm of others. This could include threats, aggressive behavior, writings, drawings, or significant changes in behavior. The building's multidisciplinary threat assessment team conducts a screening to determine if the concern or threat is valid. When the threat is determined to be valid, the team gathers information from multiple sources to understand the context of the behavior, underlying issues, access to weapons, stressors, and protective factors. This process helps identify those that pose a threat from those that make a threat. Using the structured professional judgment behavior threat assessment and management tool, the team evaluates whether the individual poses a transient, low-level threat or a substantive, potentially serious threat. This classification of threat includes examining the student of concern's intent and capability. When a concern is substantiated, the team creates a meaningful management plan that may involve increasing supervision, support services, and safety strategies. Then the student is managed and monitored over time to assess their compliance with the plan, change in risk level, and the student's overall well-being. Adjustments to the management plan are made as needed. All right, we kind of talked about this a little bit before, but currently Minnesota does not require school districts to implement behavior threat assessment and management in K-12 settings. This puts our state behind 12 others, including nearby Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa, that have adopted BTAM as a necessary component of school safety. Although it is widely recognized as the best practice violence prevention strategy and supported by the Department of Education, Minnesota, and the Minnesota School Safety Center, Minnesota has not yet mandated its use statewide. So kind of a little roadmap of how we began. We started using behavior threat assessment management in 2017, using it to address just like the really big, serious safety concerns as they emerged. From 2017 through spring of 2021, we averaged about 12 assessments a year. As the needs increased and cases became more complex, district leadership recognized the importance of strengthening our response system. This led to the strategic decision to hire a full-time behavior threat assessment and management specialist, a key move in deepening our district's commitment to proactive safety and prevention. So phase one was prior to the beginning of the 2021-2022 school year. We trained all secondary administrators and support staff in behavior threat assessment and management. Phase two, the following year, before the start of the year, we additionally trained all elementary administrators, and this marked our full K-12 implementation of behavior threat assessment and management. Since full implementation, Lakeville Area Schools has averaged about 125 threat assessments annually across all grade levels. This growth reflects not only an increased need, but also improved identification, consistent application of the process, and our district's continued leadership in student safety and well-being. BTAM continues to grow both locally and nationally. In Dakota County, 9 out of 11 school districts are now utilizing BTAM practices, demonstrating a regional alignment and shared understanding of its value maintaining safe, supportive school environments. As we look ahead, our focus remains on ongoing training, refining our thresholds for intervention, and ensuring that our practices align with national standards, emerging research, and threat assessment and school safety. Costs. Because we knew you'd ask. Questions?
Director Thompson.
Do you have enough resources? Because when I look at the number, 125 assessments a year, seems like a lot. Maybe it's not a lot. I mean, I know we have 12,000 students, so maybe it's not a lot.
It's a lot.
I mean, because it's not.
I need to jump in here. So, defining a lot, I think, is a slippery slope. What we want to be able to articulate and put confidently in front of everybody is that we have a system and we continue to improve on our capacity, our capability, and the fidelity of implementation of that for the protection of all. That's the numbers, 125 versus 225, I think is not the essence or the nexus of what we want to be able to communicate and what we want to be able to do from a trained and execution entity.
And not all of those 125 are substantive threats.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay.
So then I think my.
That includes not a threat and transient low-level threats as
Oh,
well.
got it.
So
So let me rephrase the question. Are all the assessments are able to be reviewed and investigated to the level that you think is reasonable to determine a threat or not a threat? And is there enough capacity and resources to have that fidelity of review?
we're working on improving. Time, resources, and capacity in education are always a challenge. So we keep improving our training and our process, procedures, checklists, support. So I think we're doing the best that we can. More resources are always, going to help improve that process. And there's always going to be information when you're doing a threat assessment, information that you don't know. This was a really short, this is what threat assessment and management is. It's not talking about breaking down silos of information. Are you talking to the teacher? Are you talking to the coach? Are you talking to last year's English teacher? There's different levels of threat assessments. The lower level concerns are level ones, the level twos. That's a huge deep dive. Those things, Lisa and I spend 8 to sometimes 20, 30 hours on one student threat assessment if it's substantive. And we're looking back as far as we can see, back to kindergarten, or if we have records for preschool.
Yeah, honestly, for the importance that this is, I don't think that's a big number.
Director Anderson.
So I have a two-part here. So my first part is I just wanted to really commend you all for the presentation a few years ago that you did with the community. I attended it as a parent. You collaborated with the police and the director of student services, and it was a wonderful panel of people. When I attended that as a parent, I was horrified by what is going. So just to provide some education, that was very much about kind of how to protect our students who are on cellular devices and the reason why I was horrified is because there is a lot going on in terms of how kids are being harmed by social media and by predators. And so it was very eye-opening for me and my husband in terms of what we needed to do to safeguard our own child. So I just want to commend you on that. My first question is, would you consider doing something like that again? And then my second thing is we did have a group come to our stakeholder session a couple of weeks ago. And Brian Cohen, I can't remember what the name, Be Smart. And so it's a group that basically educates on gun safety, so all the things that people can be doing at home. So just wondering if there's any possibility for a collaboration there. So I know there's interest there as well.
There is, and I will say we'll do whatever anyone wants us to do. We'll have that, again, that community presentation because I do think it's really valuable. I think what's hard is I think we had 55 people there, and that message needs to get to every single parent. And so how do we as a district continue to trickle that information in front of parents? And Grace from the communications team, we've already been meeting on a 3-year plan to try to get that in front of people more.
Slowly dripping,
Slowly
monthly.
providing it, rather than just a one-off, one night
Right.
a year where you get 55 people. And then more to also improve our digital citizenship training of students and what their dangers are online. So we're looking at all of those pieces and trying to improve to just have a comprehensive package when it comes to online safety.
And then maybe the Be Smart group should just be contacting you about how to potentially collaborate? Is that
Yeah,
the plan?
for sure, they can reach out.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Director Cameron?
This might be bigger than a question just for the three of you, but kind of piecing together different presentations and different conversations we've had as a board over the last couple months. From my perspective, I feel like we have made substantial investments as a community in physical safety and threat assessment protocols, which I think is fantastic. I think looking at the BARC data and the P3 data, what concerns me is that it seems like the highest area of concern for students is really around self-harm, depression, suicidal thoughts. Like those were by far higher than the threat of like an active school shooter, right? And so just like every school district, we are very under-resourced in terms of behavioral health support. However, Lakeville is substantially behind. Like that is not a place where we've put investments as a community, as a school district. I know this year was the first year we had counselors in our schools. Looking at that, I would argue we need to support the data more and put resources where the data said our kids are asking for help. And so I just like to put that out there. I think to have 9 kids in high risk of suicide is unacceptable for kids to be going through that. And so what are our systems of support for behavioral health in our schools, in addition to your team? This is not all your job, but how do we create those systems of support for them? And that might not be a question, but you can respond if you want.
I can just speak a little bit to that. We are constantly working within all the tiers, just so the public and you all know. So we're working, now the counselors are on board. I'll be working along with Karen. We're gonna really work to kind of, now that they're in place, get some of those tier 1 strategies going so they're visible, they're in classrooms, they're doing some preventative training and some working with students directly from the classroom perspective, and then one-on-one or in small groups. We're looking at early detection for behavioral concerns and for emotional concerns as well, and doing some intervention around that. And then, of course, our tier 3 needs that are really individualized and student focused with specific in-depth need, we're also addressing that. So we're really working to embed a lot of additional supports now that we've got some of these resources. We do have co-located mental health resources through 2 agencies, and I think most people might be familiar with that, but we do have those professionals working with that top diagnostic tier of students as well. So
I will just also point out, because this might not be easy for you guys to see, but the same platform does behavior threat assessment management and Columbia suicide risk screening platform. And the reason is because if you watch the news, most people that commit targeted violent attacks are suicidal. That's where they start. And then their ideation continues, and then they start thinking, okay, well, if I'm going to kill myself, then has anyone got me to this dark place, and do I want to take anyone with me? So there's a reason those platforms are within the same, is because they connect that information, so we can see if a student has had 4 suicide risk screeners and now is making maybe a low-level threat, we can link that to say this is a bigger picture here.
Director Thompson?
Very, very good points. Thank you for calling that out. A separate question that I have is the bullying, cyberbullying, teasing. I see 141. Obviously, it tips, and that might not be that total number amount, but obviously it's significantly more than all the other 31 categories that are out there. So can you remind me, like, what is our position, or what is Lakeville's position where someone posts something on Instagram, they're teasing another friend, but it's not on school property, but it may impact another student? Like, what's our scope? Because I don't think I know. I mean, what do we?
It's tricky.
Do we email? Does the Lakeville email Instagram or Snapchat? I don't know.
There's a couple different things. So if it impacts the school day, we have more of a requirement to respond to that if it disrupts the educational day. If it doesn't mean we're just like, oh, well, we don't care, it happened outside. We still provide support. So if it's something, someone posted something online, we provide information on how they can report it to Snapchat or Instagram or whatever social media outlet. And then that student that maybe feels that they were teased, they have their counselor that they can go see and kind of work through that situation. And then administrators can be told, and then they can have a conversation with the student that did that and say, hey, that's not how we rise, or whatever the sayings are, sorry, but like be excellent. And then if it happens again, then we just respond. So
What does that mean? When we respond, like if it wasn't done on school property and it was on someone else's device, it's on Instagram, what authority do we have with that?
if it disrupts the educational day, we have the authority to respond. That can be discipline, it can be, it's the scope of what it was. And we've had those situations where something's happened on social media, and there's been a large disruption in the school day, a very large disruption. And so that changes. I mean, that's where the court has kind of found that it falls on how much of a disruption to the day it is.
It's probably pretty incident-specific, but
Yeah.
Very
Director
much so.
Anderson?
I just wanted to add, sorry, Amber Cameron made a very good point in terms of kind of the lack of support we've received with getting additional supports in the schools. And yes, we have the high school counselors at this point on grant funding, not community-supported funding. And the other piece is we do not have these same supports in the middle schools. And so just want to make that plug as she has, that these numbers certainly drive the need for support. And the other question that I actually have, and then I'll be done, but when someone makes a report and it is bullying related or those kinds of things, let's say a parent makes a report on behalf of their child, I know a lot of this is confidential information when you're talking about students, like what can be shared, but how is that addressed on the reporting side with regard to a parent finding out, like, did something happen? Did this get resolved? Or is there no communication? Because I've heard that before, like where a parent is like, I don't know, I made this report, I have no idea what happened. And then if it's,
I mean, due
well,
to data privacy, unless someone was threatened and their safety was a concern, we're not allowed to give a whole lot of information, but we can say it was addressed. We're just not going to be able to say kind of how it was addressed.
it would, we've been talking for a long time about kind of the behavioral matrices and the student and like those kinds of things that I will still come back to. It would be helpful for us to know how things are, what interventions happen at what levels, and so that is information that we can share with our parents too. Because I think if you make a report on behalf of your child and it's very stressful, if your kid's being bullied, and you don't get much information, at least if you have something to go to that says, like, in this kind of situation, this is how the district is approaching it, and there's a consistent approach to that, that might be helpful just to know, to be able to refer that parent to, this is our behavioral management approach.
Are you talking about behavior threat assessment and management or
No, I
different?
think
Just
No.
behavior matrices?
Yeah, the
Okay,
matrices,
gotcha.
because I feel like we have, the last I heard, that was kind of in legal and supposed to come back to, and it just, we haven't had that kind of follow-up, so. Would be good to know.
I'll do the closing. As we've shared, tonight, prevention isn't just a program, it's a commitment to early action, safety, and student well-being. The systems we've put in place, including anonymous reporting, G Suite monitoring, suicide risk screening, and behavior threat assessment, reflect our proactive approach here in Lakeville. We believe that true prevention is not about reacting to crises, but it's about creating safer school environments that help prevent harm before it occurs, and then we provide compassionate responses. We're really proud of the collaboration across the departments and the school sites, and the shared commitment to creating safe, supportive environments where all students can thrive. When students feel safe and supported at school, and they feel connected, they are better to engage in their learning and reach their full academic potential. Our efforts in prevention and early intervention are not just about safety, but they are foundational to student success in the classroom and beyond.
Thank you so much. I
Thank you,
appreciate
ladies.
it. Any board member reports? Director Cameron.
Just one update. Last night, myself, along with Director Anderson, and I believe Director Baker was there earlier, but I did not see her, attended the Family Connections Special Education PTO Puzzle Contest. It was held at Lakeville North, run by special ed families in our district as a fundraiser for their PTO. They had over 90 teams compete, and it was really fun to go. I helped clean up at the end, and there was still a team working, a group of 4 seniors from the community working for hours, getting their puzzle done. And but the fastest team put together a 500-piece puzzle in like 20 minutes or something was the record. So it was a great event, and thank you to those parents for supporting our school district.
Superintendent Bauman.
I would like to move on if we can.
Let's go. I think the next one's you as well.
Mr. Chair, board members, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to talk through and bring to you a proposal from the staff, administration regarding activities and athletics realignment. You give me the next chart. Do I have a? No.
Other button.
Back up? Okay, thank you. We want to talk about our current activities and athletics organization operations, and I am coming forward to share with you a recommendation that's essentially a transformation and maybe a step to getting us into a standard with the rest of the South Suburban Conference with regard to how we manage and organize our athletics and activities operations. I asked Mike Zwaber, he's the tenured AD in our school system. He's been with Lakeville area schools as an AD for a decade now over at Lakeville North. One of the things, so he'll join me here in a minute, but this is our current organizational structure. This went into practice in Lakeville area schools when Lakeville South came online, circa 2005. And it's been our method of organizational layout and how we've been managing our program and administering our activities and athletics since that time. I just want to share that when I came here in 2013, I came from a system that had 7 high schools and had several athletic directors, both at the high schools and then a district operating athletic director. That allowed that system to do many things, but most importantly, command and control and strip variation out of what could very easily become a highly variable system. I think we are a system that is highly variable, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Now, that's not to say that this wasn't good when it started, but I have made several attempts in my previous role in the district and as a superintendent in the district to deal with some of these challenges, and I'll try to outline those for you here in a minute. And it's I feel like the opportunity is now. We have recently hired our 3rd activities and athletic director at Lakeville South in the time I've been in the district. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the workload as we are currently aligned, and that's kind of what's driving me to come here now and say, there's an opportunity, and we should maybe consider it. And that opportunity is that we have had to deal with another change of athletic directors at Lakeville South. So That, and I think also one of the biggest concerns that's always brought up with regard to anything that we do at the district level is how do you fund something like this and keep it off of Fund 1 and keep it out of the classroom. And I think I've worked really hard to try to figure that out. I have a high regard for our core mission, which is academics. Our core mission happens in the classroom. But I will tell you, I'm also a very big believer in athletics and activities for our kids, because once the school day ends, the learning doesn't stop. And many of the life lessons that I think our kids can benefit from happen on the fields of friendly strife and in all these other different kinds of activities, whether it's speech, drama, dance, those fine arts, all those things are super valuable to our kids. And this community, I moved into this community in 2005, and the one thing, there's no question in my Kool-Aid pumping heart that I know about Lakeville is activities and athletics are a big deal. And they should be a big deal. And I just want to let everybody know that I'm very sensitive to this. I've done as much as I can possibly do to be supportive of this. But I feel like our administration of this has grown and will continue to grow, and we have to be prepared for that. And so that's kind of my why on some of this. And I do think there's some limiting factors in the current model. I'm going to ask Mike Zwaber to come up if you can, Mike, and share with you just kind of high level. I've said some of the things already here, but more specifically, the variation in the system around training, mentoring, partnership administration, and that's a big deal. Our partnerships in Lakeville, whether you're talking about boosters, you're talking about Lions, Rotary, you name it, we have a lot of supporters in our community for not just for our schools in general, but in our activities. And we really need to get to the next level with how we're doing that partner administration. Another big concern of mine is compliance. And I don't mean like, you must do what I tell you to do. No, it's about what are the standards that we have in our system and how are we applying those standards consistently across high schools and middle school and our programming. I also know that communication is a big deal. It's a big deal for our parents. And I try to listen to our parents. I've had meetings, many meetings with parents over the years to try to listen to their concerns, and I often find myself hamstrung with some of the limitations that are presented with these inconsistencies in trying to apply and help remedy some of the problems that we have. But I'm going to ask Mike to share also some of the context of this, so you may have some questions regarding that. Michael.
Thank you, Superintendent Bowman, and thank you to the board for allowing me to be here tonight to kind of share a little bit about my side of this and what I see happen. So, as I've watched, this board work through the time, and certainly over the course of Superintendent Bauman's tenure this time and last time as a superintendent, one of the things that has become very obvious to me is that there is a desire for efficiency. There is a desire for some standards that we'd have kind of across the board. And when I was talking to Superintendent Bauman about this just kind of fell in line with where it seems like the rest of the district is going. For many years, 10 years ago when I got hired, you had alluded to a little bit of the turnover in this position. Activities it's a big beast, and it's a very fun thing for people to joke about how big a beast it actually is, but it provides a lot of turnover. It provides turnover, more turnover than we want in the coaching ranks, and then even at the activities director point, it provides turnover as well. Now, I have done this for the last 10 years. When I stepped in, I was taking over as the 5th AD at Lakeville North in a 9-year span. Since I've been here, in the 10 years that I've been here, South just hired their 4th AD. So there's too much turnover to create standards that would result in ongoing and long-term sustainability. Even though our programs are competing at high levels, which they are, we're at no capacity as we're working through that. And so I beyond the 10 years that I've been an AD here, I've been in Lakeville my entire life, and a teacher and a coach since the 90s. Tradition is huge for me. But as much as tradition is huge for me, I think if anybody's ever worked alongside of me, they'd say the other thing that's really important for me is I don't just like doing something because it's the way it's been done. There has to be a reason for it, and we have to have a purpose for moving forward. And so, those kind of things seem like they might be opposite, because tradition might mean that let's just do it because it's being done. But tradition has a purpose and specifics. But so as we look at this, as Superintendent Bauman talked about it, we are spending the vast majority of our time implementing events, whether it's a sporting event or an activity or a fine art or whatever, but not necessarily getting deep into the directorship of that and looking at best practices. And so when we look at things like training our coaches, training our student leaders to be leaders, not just a good basketball player, but how to be a good leader and some of those kind of things. Those are some of the things that are falling to the wayside in the current structure that we have going on. The other thing that we have is and this goes back to what Superintendent Bauman was talking about when we implemented this practice when the high school split into two, is we created silos. We have a Lakeville North activities department, we have a Lakeville South activities department, and we have a middle school activities department, and not only do they not really work together, they're actually competitive against each other, and they should be. And our programs, that's one of the reasons why our programs compete at the level they do, is because we have good, healthy competition within our city boundary, and that's fantastic. But with that being said, we look at, the second point up here is that there's redundancy. There's things that we're doing just because of the fact that we're living in these silos and not necessarily taking advantage of the resources across this community, whether it's from the middle schools to the high school or between the high schools. And so I think by a restructure, we can eliminate some of that redundancy. When you eliminate the redundancy, you can start to not only have better programming, but you can have a wider variety of programming as well. And I think that that's something that we can continue to look at as we move into this new structure as well. I mentioned the third point as being the workload is kind of a little bit off the charts, but as we shuffle the deck and just relook at where staff in the activities department should be working and what they should be working on, I think we can get away with that. Originally, going back 10 years ago, I'll finish with this and then kick it back to Superintendent Bauman, but 10 years ago we looked at what is the solution to do this. What have a lot of other school districts gone to is they've just brought on an additional person within their high school and as an assistant activities director, and that model 10 years ago when I was interviewing to be AD, it was like, hey, we're going to get an assistant AD. This is, we're behind the 8 ball on this. We should have had an assistant AD for many years already, and we never got there. Well, now we're 10 years in, and we still haven't got there. But I believe that there was a reason for that, because even though we could have thrown a bunch of money at 2 additional staff positions at both schools, we still would have been where we're at today with these silos and not having this organization kind of work itself through the entire district and so on. And so what is going to be presented here tonight is something that takes away those silos and doesn't require us to hire 2 different positions, which saves us some money in the big picture of this as well. So I'll kick it back to you, right? And you want to talk about the new stuff.
Yeah, thanks. So our proposal is to establish this setup for Lakeville area schools, where we have a athletic and activities director that's reporting to our executive director of operations to deal with some of these problems that I think have persisted over the years and can get us aligned and get our 2 schools and our middle school far more efficient than we are right now. So you can see on this chart here, you still have the 2 AD positions at the high schools. That's important because we want to maintain the integrity of the relationships and the dependencies that the coaches have on ADs. We want to have assistant ADs to do 2 things. One is to handle the middle schools and provide that support ballast that we don't have right now in those areas that are activities related. And just to give you a flavor for what I'm thinking with regard to what an AD at the district level will do, budgeting and finance and programming for that, working and developing on long-term facilities and equipment needs that are siloed right now, establish clear standards for hiring and human resource management within the activities and athletics across the board. So stripping out that variation by having those standards clearly laid out and articulated, and then compliance enforced. District lead for Booster Club guidance, common policy, procedures, and liaison. I can attest to some challenges that I had in my role when I was doing the Executive Director of Business Services, where we were trying to develop, and I worked with different board members at the time, standard operating procedures, defining what roles were or weren't, but enforcing that was herding cats. Because as the Executive Director of Business Services, primary mission's on finance, secondary mission is on all the other logistics of the system, and not being able to concentrate. So if you go back to the top there and having an Executive Director of Operations, which we bifurcated that business operation with some more direct leadership, I think these two fit together appropriately and properly. Compliance with student coach eligibility, MDE reporting, Title IX, Minnesota high school rules and regulations. That to me is also an area that, again, given the way our siloed operation works, there's too much variation there to have fidelity and excellence across our system. Manage education and professional development for coaches and advisors. Develop standards for hiring and evaluation of all of our head coaches. Conduct annual program evaluations, which I think you all would appreciate, being able to see how these programs are looking from a data viz perspective. Conduct and archive all our historical data collections and manage and administer our school halls of fame. I don't know how much you guys know about the halls of fame, and if you've participated in any of those are a big deal in our system. Lakeville South is coming online with one this shortly. And I know that Principal Sean Murphy's done a ton of work with that, and we want to bring the proper support to that across the system and into the future. Standardize common technologies. We have live streaming, we have website management, social media, policies, and game film processes and procedures that too much variation in there. That's my analysis and assessment. Membership and involvement, how we're working with our Rotary, our Chamber, our conference and region Minnesota High School League systems. That would be under the purview of this position, and setting culture and branding for programs and ensuring that the missions and visions are being set and met. And that's just a few of the things that I wanted to highlight. I know that's a lot, but there's more within this role that I want to get to. And these are things that I believe we will be far more effective at and improve the quality experience for our customers, who are our students, and our parents, guardians. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, Matt.
Director Carbone.
Yeah, thank you. Superintendent, the managerial hierarchy makes sense to me on a business aspect. I get that. But one of the rationales that I think you mentioned early on was turnover of coaches, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Are the things that you're mentioning, are they going to solve the turnover problem? I'm assuming that's the whole focus of this.
That is a major focus of this, and I think it has to do a lot with the workload. And you can imagine if you're at a high school and you're doing all of this, plus trying to run events, and I don't know, they go into the late evening. I mean, my hat's off to what these men and women do in our activities and athletics with the hours that they're putting in and the event efforts that they're putting in. It's a lot. Having some support from over the top, I think would be a direct shot at trying to cease and desist with that kind of turnover. Sir, thank you. I don't, Mike, do you want to add anything to this?
But, I mean, I guess the one thing I can add to it is that, you know, a lot of times coaches, they like the autonomy to do, you know, whatever they want to do and not necessarily have the oversight. This is one example where I feel like we're no longer there. Like, coaches want to be able to coach their programs. And when this stuff all trickles down to them, then they're no longer able to do what it is that they're trying to accomplish with their participants or student athletes within their program and so on. And so I think we're taking some of that off of their shoulders. That, I believe, will then result in people wanting to stay longer, performing at higher levels, and hopefully eliminate the turnover.
Okay.
Director Cameron?
To the workload question, what is our current staffing model for games and activities? In essence, like, in addition to the activity staff, what are the expectations of our administrators, teachers who might be site leads, et cetera? How do we run it right now?
Well, good question. Every activity is a little bit different. It really kind of boils down to, you know, what type of communities, you know, would be coming into that particular event. But if we do have a large spectator sport, for example, we'll have an administrator on site. The activities department is kind of running those events all the time. And so between the AAD and the administrative assistant, who really is outside of their role, but the administrative assistant from the activities department is always typically on site as well for those activities. And then we'll hire casuals. So depending on what the event is, whether it's a scoreboard operator, press box, you know, workers, site security, all those kind of things, we'll add those in as necessary.
So are we utilizing, like, for example, I know some districts hire teachers, some with administrative licenses, to be site leads so that the AD is not running ragged to everything. Do we implement any models like that where we're utilizing staffing?
Certainly, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. It would be there's multiple events,
Okay.
you know, every day. So without question, we use the whole administrative team at all of our secondary schools.
I mean, if we're talking about teachers, though, it's optional for teachers, right?
Yeah, completely optional, and they are paid on a casual stipend basis if somebody steps in to work on that.
Director Thompson?
So I've got like 7 questions, so we'll scale it back a little bit. I just want, and maybe Jack, you can help me out. I am looking at the budget and making sure that I've got clarity. Like, we as a district spend $6 million on activities and athletics in the budget. Is that accurate from what I'm reading?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Okay, and so with that much money being allocated towards, that's all I needed. I just wanted to make sure I was good.
Jack.
With that much money being allocated, I mean, Superintendent Bowman, I think you are right. Our community does have a passion for our activities and sports. And I even had a conversation today over lunch around, does this help college entrance and acceptance where maybe you're a 4.0 student, but you have no activities, or you're a 3.7 student and you're in 3 activities, from debate to lacrosse to, you know, theater or whatever it may be. So I do feel like there is a high value in our activities programs, and that also is what drives people into our community as a whole. The model that you've got set up, and to answer your question, Director Carbone, you're adding an assistant activities director to each high school, correct? So that's to kind of provide additional coverage for the AD right now.
Do you want me to get into it? Okay, so essentially, do you want me to kind of speak
Yeah.
to the big picture on that? Do we have the ability to go back a slide?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, you have that. Backwards.
Other direction.
Nope. I'll go through the whole thing.
Okay, well, I'll start talking to it. But anyways, so it changed, the structure of this changes significantly. So if you saw on one of the earlier slides that we had up here, there's currently 8 positions in the activities department within the secondary schools in Lakeville. We have an AD and an administrative assistant, and then another office assistant at a half-time rate at North, and the same thing at South, along with a middle school AD and an administrative assistant at the middle school level. So there's 8 positions there. What we're looking at doing is just reshuffling that deck and flipping the 2 people from the middle school to the district level, and then changing that half-time office assistant to an assistant AD. And so we're going from 7 staffing positions to 8, but doing it with the 8 positions. 2 of the positions were half-time. And so that structure then would require us to say that the middle school programming and high school programming are going to be better aligned. We're taking those silos away. So those that are on the north side of town will take care of 6th through 12th grade programming on the north side of town, and those that are working on the south side of town will take care of 6th through 12th grade programming on the south side of town. Very similar to, I guess, the closest district that does a model like that would be Prior Lake. Obviously, a one high school situation, so they have an AD and an assistant AD and an administrative assistant that are working their high school and both of their middle schools. So. Does that answer?
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is that having that the assistant AD at each high school, while they may not be 100% dedicated to it because they're providing some support to the middle schools.
Certainly.
You've got two bodies now instead of just one.
Correct.
And you still maintain the administrative support or the admin support if need be. Is there a reason why? Because I don't know the level of effort between if you're an AD, how much time is actually allocated towards providing support for sports versus non-sports. And I'm just wondering, does it make sense to have one AD who does sports for both high schools and then one AD who does non-sports for both high schools? So, because I don't know.
Yeah, it's a great question. And we looked at lots and lots of different models within that. And I think at the end of the day, I don't think it makes the most amount of sense to do that. I think it could be done. I think that's a way it could be done. I just don't think it's the most efficient model when we're looking at a combination of, as with continuation, as kids are working their way up through whatever program we're talking about, there's cultures built within, those programs, within those brands. And so I think having people dedicated more towards a Cougar or a Panther is far better than crossing some of those lines when we're getting into the culture side of things. What we're talking about is being very systematic in things that don't really affect the culture of it. It just is the foundation of it. And that's kind of what we sucked out of this structure that was bogging down and putting into the new one, if that makes sense.
Well, and I'd also like to say, if you bifurcate activities in sports and you assign positions to that, it costs you more. Financially, it costs you more. And I don't think we have those resources in the system right now. I know there are other school districts in the South Suburban Conference who do bifurcate it that way. And they have their reasons, and maybe financially, if they have one high school, it's maybe more achievable than if you have 2 and you're a growing district, which I don't think a lot of school districts in the South Suburban Conference can say we're also growing.
One of the things that I think that I hear the most is this, the Lakeville, I don't know, not culture, but our expectations. And it feels like, and even for me, myself as a parent with a child in an activity, the bar seems to be high. I mean, maybe because we live in Lakeville, or maybe we just expect to win as much as we can. I mean, maybe that's just in general. But we want our students to develop. We want a fun culture, a welcoming culture, a winning culture, and just being able to grow as an individual through team sports or individual sports. With the hiring of the centralized athletic or activities director, I appreciate the need for consistency as well as adding systems where it makes sense in a kind of a foundational shared service capability. Would this AD at the central level be responsible for hiring the coaches, or will that be the principal or the ADs at each high school level? Because again, I want to be mindful, if you go to one high school and if you transfer and go to another high school, my hope is that it should be similar in regards to the feel, except for your mascot might be different. But the systems, the registration, South might be always better than North. I don't know, maybe, but there's
We got to watch out for that.
We
a
got to
little
watch
bit.
out for that. But when you've got if you got two ADs that have different styles at the high school levels, and they're responsible for hiring their respective teams and coaches, that continues to magnify the differences of this coach or this AD likes to hire this kind of coaching style versus that. So will the centralized AD be responsible for the hiring, like an NFL general manager? They pick the quarterback, and the ADs, that's who you get, and you got to work with that. I don't know.
Well, it's more of a yes and, because principals, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We want to respect the fact that there are cultures involved. There are the principals have been longstanding under the model that we're currently operating under, have a long-standing interaction with activities and athletics, and we don't want to break that. It's a yes and. When I was talking about establishing clear standards for hiring and human resource management, is getting at exactly what you're talking about. But I see that as a collaborative process with a leader, and that leader would be the executive director, or the district AD. And I also will tell you that I look at it as functionally an operation, and the executive director of operations is the appropriate person to be interacting with that whole system. So it's the combined effect of that, I think, is what we're going to be able to get at. I mean, that's my belief, that's my experience, and that's what I will press for.
Director Cameron.
Thank you. A couple of questions about the staffing models. I think it was one back. I think this idea of a district AD position is good. I resonate with a lot of the rationale that you mentioned. And in looking at other districts with multi-high school models, like Anoka-Hennepin, 196, South Washington, I think this is a new way to think about things. None of those districts, as far as I know, have this dedicated role. They have maybe some FTE, but not a dedicated. So I appreciate that. My question comes with the assistant AD at each of the high schools. While I think it would probably be fantastic for staffing, we work in a financially limited environment, right? And so we're always weighing resources and how to best allocate, right, as we all know. And so a challenge I'm having is that, for example, when you look at 196 high schools, so Rosemount, Apple Valley, Egan, Eastview, when you look at their administrators, their principals, and APs and ADs, they have 4 FTE. Right now, we are at 6 per high school. So we're already 2 administrators more than they have for roughly the same student body. And then if we're adding an assistant AD, we would be up to 7. So we would have 3 more than our neighbor has. And while I don't disagree that they probably could do great work, I'm concerned about the budget. I'm concerned looking at South Washington, at Anoka-Hennepin, for all those high schools that are more or less equivalent with our sizes. They have 1 AD and 1 admin assistant. And so I'm very much in support of adding this AD role, additional thing on top. But from a budget standpoint and from a resource allocation, knowing all the needs of our district, I don't know if I'm in support of additionally adding a lower level support at this moment. I think having 3 more administrators per high school than 196 should cause pause in our budget.
And so in 196, I can speak to it somewhat. In 196, they split their, each of the schools has a split between their athletics and their activities within that process. And I will say, I know, and even the athletic director that you spoke with knows that the structure that they have right now, he's not as excited about it and wants this. And so they aren't feeling like it's working in the way that they have it set up right now either. And I'm not sure if they're going to go down this path if we, go this way, but this is what they are aspiring to.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And yeah, I was able to talk to a couple ADs in 196 and also in Anoka Hennepin. And again, I think having this new position at the district level makes a lot of sense, and I really appreciate that. And it's not that I don't think an assistant AD would be valuable. Yes, of course. Going back to, like, for example, the security, safety conversation we just had, we are well below our peers and counselors. So that's 2 counselors right there that could be at the high school. So it's all weighing priorities and values of the district. I think adding support here with that district AD role and clerical role is important. I just don't know if surrounding both sides of the AD at this moment is where I would put the resources.
The other piece that I guess I wanted to speak to on that as well, though, is remember, this is including 6 through 12 programming as well. So again, you're
That's true.
comparing just the high school in 196
Yeah.
compared to 6 through 12.
That's true.
Here.
Can you share the finances? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify, because I did have a question on that. I mean, did you talk to 196 about what they do at their middle school? Because I think we're going from 7 full-time employees to 8 full-time employees, because essentially the middle schools are losing them.
Right.
Does 196 have a separate AD for their middle schools?
I didn't ask about middle school, and
Okay.
I realize that this is just adding 1 additional FTE, right? If I'm, okay.
Yes. Yeah.
But I think we're examining the whole model, so it's not just like, for me, it should be an examination of every role, and making sure we're utilizing dollars most efficiently.
I do think, based on our vote last week or last meeting, there will be some zero-based budgeting going through this as well, right?
I just, as a past person who was an admin in 196, I just wanted to, there is a little bit of a different structure. Yes, they have 4 people who are 12-month principals, but they also have a series of deans who are also administrators who work with student discipline and different pieces. So most of the high schools actually have an admin team of 6 versus just the 4. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that it does look different.
And yeah, I appreciate that. I think what I want to emphasize is that Lakeville has decided to hire more principals and assistant principals at higher salaries than our peers, right? So it's probably a good decision. I wasn't part of that. However, it's more expensive than hiring some deans and 2 APs. So I think everything, right? Everything costs money, and I think it warrants a conversation about the whole model if we're going to look at the whole model. Yeah.
I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure that it
Thanks.
was clear.
I appreciate that.
Director Baker.
I also just want to clarify that the districts that we're using in comparison, 196 is the 4th largest district in the state, and then Anoka Hennepin and the other ones that have been mentioned. We fall on number 12 on the funding source, and they're clear up here above us. So I think it is important for the board to have this discussion about the finances and what it costs, because we don't have the funds right now to do some of the things that we would like to do. And one of the focus of the board has been to figure out, how we're educating our kids and focusing on, what we need to get it done when we're tightening the purse strings a little bit. So I appreciate, Director Cameron, the research that you did and sharing that with the board, and I'm appreciating the discussion that we're having about all of the positions and the need for that.
Director Anderson.
I know you guys aren't through your presentation here yet, too, so I want to just acknowledge that. Obviously, some of us have looked at it and kind of know what's coming, but I agree with you in terms of the overarching position, and kind of for me, the question is more the below positions, and I just want to highlight in some way that this isn't normally the decision-making we are part of. And so there's a reason this is coming to the board, and so I think many of us are thinking about the many, many things we have talked about over the last, since I've been on the board, when we had to make $7 million of budget cuts. There were pretty significant things that were cut that have direct impact on student experience, just as this would have direct impact on student experience. And so we could all say this is a great idea, but we are also balancing, we have special education teachers leaving the district. We have school psychologists, for one reason or another, leaving the district. And so turnover I guess what I'm missing here is more kind of the broad, I would love a discussion, as we've talked about as a board, what are the major priorities of this district right now? And our job is not to say how, Mr. Bauman, you're going to manage things. I feel like you can make this decision, and perhaps it's coming to us because we would have to approve a change in the budget. I don't exactly know, but just food for thought that I think some of us are struggling with. Where does this, which clearly is a priority, but how does it fall relative to the many, many other priorities that we have talked about as people have come and presented to the board? So I just want to thank you, though. I'm part of North, and my child so far has had, I have a couple more coming through, but they've had a wonderful experience, wonderful coaches. So you're doing a lot of things great, and don't want to lose you, don't want you to be happier in your job, but also I also want our teachers to be happy. I want our kids to get the behavioral supports they need. I want them to get, all the things that we've been talking about for months. So I like this, and.
What?
I'm sorry.
Well, let me just
Director
quickly
Johnson.
chime in here. As I finish, let's have you go through the rest of your presentation, because I think because I did a quick preview. Good questions around priorities, but as I looked through the financial model here, just briefly, the financial model is all activities and athletics related. So you're not taking money away from other core education delivery by increasing activity fees or recalibrating activity fees to increasing ticket fees, sponsorships, XYZ. That is what's being used to fund this new operating model. And so because of that, I think I'm more in favor, because we're making changes to the activities financials for it to impact the staffing model of the activities division. And so while I look at the overall number, there seems to be a shortfall, and I'll have you kind of go through that, but I think I think it's reasonable to look at ticket prices again to change those, even maybe another $1 each to kind of offset. The closer that we can get to net neutral, that would be my preference. I think, a $10 ticket to go is not a lot compared to a movie ticket that you can go, that you'd have to spend. But I'll pause here, but just want to clarify that the financial model here is impacting activities-related functions for an activities model.
Can we just clarify too, and kind of going off from what Director Anderson said, are you asking us to vote on just increasing the ticket pricing, or are you asking us to vote on the model change as well? Because I think the model change, arguably would be under the purview of the superintendent, right?
So yes, I can answer all those questions. Director Anderson's question was right on the mark. Appreciate the question, and I would like to address it. So in the context of priority and the budget, we just completed last board meeting our fiscal year 26 preliminary budget for our upcoming fiscal year. And I think we laid out all those numbers. This does nothing to change that bottom line, and those priorities are funded within this change, which kind of goes back to the conversation around would we be better if we split or bifurcated activities and athletics and funding and all that? And my answer was, yeah, but we don't have the financial resources. So I'm working within that based on what the board has already articulated to me since I returned to the district. So I'm uber sensitive to that. And as I started the conversation is, the core mission of the district is academics, and we have a budget. So I'm staying inside of that and trying to lead the way in the South Suburban Conference with how we're doing our next generation to set conditions for our future operations within the parameters of what I understand to be the priorities. And I know we're going to meet as a board and myself as an ex officio to talk about future goals, and I will be faithful to those to the nth degree. I do agree also with Director Cameron talking about the issues around counselors, and we've gone to state funding. Since I returned, we found a way to get to state funding and add that into the system, even though we weren't able to successfully pass an operating levy or to get those in the past. And I am very sensitive to that as well. My concern with the assistant ADs are a workload distribution challenge that we have. I think, and I haven't been able to bring this to you, but we've been working the last 2 months on our after-school and our activities, safety and security systems that we need to have in place to mitigate some of the liability there. So I am asking a little bit for your trust that I am considering those things and that I'm staying within the budget parameters of what we've asked for or what you have directed to me. And I think also revitalizing the unassigned fund balance as kind of the bottom line metric, been able to do that. And I will continue to work on future priorities with regard to mental health support, counseling support across the system. In the time I've been here, we went from 4 to 8 counselors in elementary. We've gotten to 4 counselors per high school. We do need to do some work in our middle school, no question about that, and I get that priority. I just want to say all those things out loud because I hear what you're saying to me, and I'm trying to work within that construct and be faithful to that budget that we have already passed.
Director Cameron.
Thank you, Superintendent Baumann. I appreciate that. Forgive my ignorance. Is this funding part of the unassigned fund balance, or are we restricted to use it only for athletic and activities?
Well, it's Fund 1, but from an accounting perspective,
Right.
we're UFARS coding within activities and athletics. When there's a delta, Director Thompson brought that up. We'll walk through that. I will reduce expenditures and operations in order to cover that delta, and that is logistical operations, not classroom operations.
But there's nothing preventing us from reducing this. Like, you could take some of the money that's in this and put it towards some other category, in theory, right? It's not
In
restricted.
theory, because it's Fund 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanna-
Your statement is
So-
your statement is not inaccurate.
So I guess my point with that is just that I appreciate your perspective, Director Thompson. However, I'm thinking bigger and more creative about just because we have things slotted like this doesn't mean they have to stay slotted, right? And perhaps there are needed resources in other areas where those buckets need to get rearranged or altered. I don't know what that is. The other thing I just want to throw out there is I agree this is Superintendent Baumann's decision. I think there are opportunities to fund like an assistant AD at reduced cost through like a TOSA. I think we need to consider models where we're not hiring people at principal level salaries.
I should make sure I point this out too, that these people are not on the administrator contract. So that does affect the bottom line, obviously, as well.
Yeah, I thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just pointing out that like the AD we hired at South is at the high end of a assistant principal salary. So it's an equivalent salary as what our APs are making.
Director Carbone.
Yeah, please. Superintendent Baumann, a point of clarification. So what you're saying is that these positions are paid for through increase in activities, in activity prices, events, and so forth. You're not robbing Peter to pay Paul. I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand.
If it's Paul, no, sir. I did want to address one other thing to answer that and to Director Anderson's, yes, and I think Chair Swanson said this too. Yes, from an administrative perspective and a management, I could do this. However, to do this, there's also the funding, which we want to get to. And what compels us to bring this and have this conversation today, and just to be completely transparent, is if we are going to do something with tickets and or participation fees, which are part of this conversation that we have yet to get to, that is the purview of the board, and we cannot do that as administration. And so I bundled this together to just be completely transparent with all the stakeholders we have in the community. If it's a bad idea, it's a bad idea. If it's a good idea, which I happen to think it is, it'll stand on its merits. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that financially, this is within the purview of the budget, notwithstanding that the other parts of this that you have authority over have to be approved as well. Does that help answer the question of the
Yes,
compelling
I think
why?
keep going, and I appreciate your
Okay.
transparency.
Yeah. You want to jump into finances?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Oh, I said, do you want to jump into the finances? of it?
Yeah, okay, so the next thing that we will talk about then is piggybacking off of everything we're talking about right now. How do we bridge that gap between the cost of this new structure and the one that we had before? So the first thing we'll talk about is our ticket sales at our events, those events that are ticketed. And so we're proposing a ticket price increase from the current rate, which is $8 for adults and $6 for students, to $9 and $7. And there's a couple reasons for that. And one of the bigger reasons why we chose the levels that we're going to is 8 and 6 has kind of been a common practice within our South Suburban Conference schools. All but I believe one school is probably going to be making this move. Their boards are voting on this summer as well. But looking at going to the 9 and 7. So we'd stay in alignment with our like schools, the ones that we're competing against, and that would generate, I believe, do you have that pulled up? It goes back here. So I believe the ticket price increase of just that dollar alone will get us, $65,200 towards that gap. And that's just based on the number of tickets that we've sold in previous years and using that as kind of our assumption going into this next year between North and South. So that's step number one. Did you want to speak any more to that, or should I move to participation fees? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Director Anderson.
I do think I want to just point out something that, I think when I go to a sporting event, for instance, and I have my 3 kids and 2 adults, this is not inexpensive. And so I know we're talking about an increase, and it doesn't seem like very much, but when you start multiplying that, or even for some student or some families who just want to send a couple students, that can be a pretty significant cost. So I want to be careful of how we talk about that, just in terms of that's not a big deal. I don't know if there is any support. I mean, I know when I go, I get to use my school board card, and that reduces my cost. But for families who maybe aren't able to pay for that, how does that affect attendance and things
Great question. There's a couple, I guess I could have clarified. In this proposal, we're not changing anything about the current practice of how and what we're charging for. So currently, and for many, many years in Lakeville, the only events that students actually pay for are football and hockey. And so everything else, they're free. So again, when you're going to all other ticketed events, those students are free. Another group that I guess fits into that category that has some relief in that area is our senior citizens in the community as well. We have an opportunity for them they can go down to the senior center and get a pass so they can get into all of our activities for free. That part doesn't change either. And so those things are still out there, but yes, they're outside of that. The adult prices for the your general adult would be there at the $9 or the $1 increase. Hockey, you feel it then.
Director Cameron.
Something to consider, and I think we're voting, I don't know if we vote on this or not, but I understand the need for the increase in pricing to fund this new model. I might throw out an idea of raising adults by $2 and actually reducing students by $1. I think there are some schools in our conference who charge students nothing for all activities. And I think for me, that is a really cool practice in the sense like those districts are trying to encourage their student body to build community with one another, to attend things together. It removes stigma from students who might not be able to afford to attend, right? And so I'm concerned about the increase for students, and I'm wondering if we can make up the difference by actually making it more affordable for our students to attend and then just raising it on adults more. So something to think about.
Yeah, what's the ratio between adult purchasers and student purchasers? Can you get to the same? What's the proportion of adults who are buying versus the proportion of students who are buying? If we take Amber's premise then you've got to make sure that those proportions work out so that you still get the same, excuse me, you still get the same revenue. So
So overall, it's significantly more adult tickets, obviously, because we are not selling tickets for, all other events outside of football and hockey. With that being said, the number of students that attend the football games is significant, and so that, that increases the number of student tickets quite a bit, but still there are far more adult tickets sold based on the fact that they have to buy them for all the ticket events.
Is that true for hockey too?
Hockey is significantly more adult tickets as well.
So if we took that proposal and raised it to $10 for adults and kept it at $6 for students,
No, you can't go backwards.
Yeah,
I mean, you guys, this is $1.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
we're looking
I
at
agree.
$1. I would recommend $10 for adults and leave students at $7, and that should hopefully close. I think the delta is like $50,000 to get us closer to roughly a $10,000 gap, if that's kind of how is what I'm guesstimating. I mean, we're looking, it's $1.
I mean, I understand it's $1. And I know there are students in our community who don't attend because it's $6, right? And there are families in our community who can't afford food. They're not going to send students to a football game for $6, right? So I appreciate the communities who have made the investment to allow all students to go to any event for free. We're not going to get there tonight. But I think the idea of reducing the cost for our students is a way to ensure that all students, more students have the financial wherewithal to attend their school events.
yeah. And to your point, though, Amber, I think the goal here, obviously, is to be as net neutral on activities as we can, so we're not taking away from the classrooms. And yeah, it would be great to go, all students can go everything for free, but then we'd be probably looking at a larger delta to make up. But I don't mind the staying at 6 and going to 10 for the adults, if we still are going to net around the same.
I would have to obviously crunch numbers to know specifically
Sure.
where that would be at, but I would assume that would generate extra dollars if we did that. I will, just to clarify, as you're thinking through that side of it, in the conference, although, and I kind of was focusing more on the adult side going to 9, but interestingly enough, 2 of the school districts that made their move this going into this next year for ticket prices have gone to a $9 flat rate across the board, no student ticket price. So kind of the opposite trend than what we're talking about there.
Sure.
That was both Farmington and Prior Lake have gone to that. Okay, I'll move into the next one. So the next things we looked at, and this is actually was something I felt like we've needed to look at for quite a while as well, and that's our participation fees, the amount of money that families are paying for their students to participate in our programs. Set this whole proposal aside, one of the things that I deal with on my side and in my conversations with families and whatnot is, and I don't know where it came from. We've had our fees set where they're at for many years now. I think 2015 was the last time that they were ever adjusted, and they were adjusted in 2000. So that was right before I came on as an AD. They were adjusted at that time. Because they had gone extremely high during a budget adjustment from, I think, back in 2010 or something like that. So they've been set the same way since 2015, but where they're set at, in some programs, you're paying $275 to participate in that sport, and in another sport, same season, you're paying $300. In a lot of school districts, you'll have just a fee saying this is how much like programs, like sports are, like fine arts and activities are, and whatever, and you have levels kind of set there. So what we tried to do is we wanted to balance those out. So if you have 2 kids, one participating in soccer and one participating in volleyball, same season, but they would pay the same amount of money to participate in those 2 programs, which they're not doing now. Now, there are a lot of other things that go into, as those of you that are parents of kids in activities, booster type projects and everything else that goes in, that changes the game significantly. But we're just talking about the amount of money that they're paying to get into the sport. So what we looked at doing is we brought down actually brought down the fee for 21 of our different programs. Not much, a couple bucks, but we brought that down as we brought 8 of our programs that were sitting at that lower rate back up to meet that. So we kind of just balanced everything out and kind of had everything on an even plane. So those that were paying $300, I think now it's down to $298. So again, it's not a significant change by any means, but nevertheless, those that were paying $275 are coming up to $298. Now everything's kind of balanced. When you look at the numbers, you kind of think, well, that doesn't look like it's going to get us anywhere, considering that 21 programs are decreasing fee, 8 are increasing fee. But at the end of the day, that will bring in an additional $14,736 in participation fees by simply balancing it out and fixing that right off the top.
Oh, Director Baker.
I just want to say, like, I understand where all of this is coming from and the amount of workload that's on an activities director, knowing that the activities happen all day and all afternoon and all of that. I think where I'm having a difficult time with it is I feel like we're justifying paying for an administrator on the backs of our students, like by increasing student fees to participate in events, by to go to events, and increasing student fees to actually be in the sports themselves. So it's like we're double charging our kids to have another administrator. I guess just like as an educator, that doesn't sit really well with me. Just knowing for a fact, like, I love the fact that Minnesota has adaptive sports, and it's one of the things that my son enjoyed the most. We paid $300 per sport for him to do that, so that was $900 a year. Adaptive sports doesn't have a big like booster club that serves them, that helps provide kids scholarships to attend those sports, and a lot of families just don't do it because they can't afford it. So then one of the things that the kids did like to do was go to the football games, and now we're increasing the price of that too. So now it's almost like we're shutting down inclusion, like, whoo. And for the kids that are the ones that really need to go to those types of events and be involved in sports. So I worry about it impacting our student participation, actually attending events, actually being able to participate in sports. And I do realize there's funding sources through the Stray Cats or things like that. There's really not a funding source for our students in special education that are doing adaptive sports. So I know there's big booster clubs for football and all of that. We don't have a booster club. In fact, like the only time the Blazing Cats get money is when a student passes away and their parents leave a memorial fund to their fund. I mean, there was a point like 2 years ago, we were at 0, and we were just asking people to donate anything to help kids. So I look at this and I go, how many other kids are in that same situation? Probably a lot. And as an administrator myself, like if I knew like my pay had to come from the back of a student, I would say, not gonna do it. But again, that's just my opinion.
Director Carbone.
Yeah, how have we kept up with inflation? And here's my question. When we look at teacher contracts, when we look at what we do with vendors that we hire, there's inflationary adjustments that take place almost every year, or maybe every couple of years. My question is, how many inflationary increases over X amount of years have we had with tickets, or have we had with events? Have these things been stable for a long time as inflation keeps going like this?
Do you want me to speak to that?
Sure.
Okay. So with participation fees specifically, we have not adjusted at all, as I mentioned, since
Right.
2015. And the reason for that was inflation has kind of caught up to where we had to put those fees at in the budget adjustment back from 2010. So we went to the highest in the metro area with our participation fees. Like I said, in 2015, those were actually adjusted down, but still at the high end. And now these inflation adjustments, as you look at participation fees around the metro area, now you're starting to see that school districts are now we're kind of right in with everybody else at this point in time.
Okay.
So
And-
we're at a point where they could potentially be increased with inflation, but we wouldn't have done that when we were that far ahead of everybody before.
Director Nicholson.
Same thing with ticket prices?
Ticket prices have gone up twice over the course of, since I've been AD.
10 years?
They went from, they're at 8 and 6 right now. They were at 7 and 5, and now the proposal is for 9 and 7, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Participation fees for kids to play. looking at everybody else in the South Suburban Conference, are we about where everybody else is?
Yeah, and that's what I was just kind of speaking to. Like, we had been far higher than everybody.
Yep.
But as the other school districts have kind of adjusted their fees over the course of the last 10 years, now we're kind of right in with everybody else.
And this adjusting us to 298 across the board, right? That's what you're talking about doing? That puts us pretty much on pace with everybody else that we're playing against. So all other supporting or surrounding schools.
Within like a $20 range of almost all of the schools, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We can keep rolling.
Okay, another topic that came up as, you want me to speak to this as well, right? Okay. Another topic that came up at a previous board meeting was the idea of the family cap, how much a family would be capped out at if they were to have multiple kids and kids in multiple activities and so on. Right now, and this again goes back to that 2015 adjustment, it's been sitting at $3,000 for all of these years. $3,000 annual cap is essentially not a cap. And so I think there was desire on behalf of the board and certainly community members that had come in potentially at the time to say, let's readjust that and take a look at that. And so in this proposal as well, we would reduce that annual family cap from $3,000 down to $1,000, which I think opens up obviously a lot of opportunities for inclusion into other activities for some of our families. So the good news about that is, and you had mentioned the Stray Cats. The Stray Cats, I had a conversation with one of the founders of the Stray Cats about this because, again, at the end of the day, if we're trying to look at ways that we're generating funds and so on, this is a huge help to certain families when they hit that $1,000 cap, that they will be capped off at that point in time. The Stray Cats are willing to come in and kind of make up that difference. So when we have a family hit that family cap, maybe they would have had $1,200 in registration fees or whatever. The Stray Cats will come in and fill that gap for us of that $200 difference that we would not be bringing in through activity fees. So we have a side source through community involvement that will cover that.
That's great. Director Anderson.
I just want to thank the mom who came into that stakeholder session and brought a really great proposal and a reason for this and made us think about this. And just these are reasons why you come into our stakeholder sessions. So that was great.
Okay, in addition to that, there are other additional revenue streams that we're looking at as well. And a lot of these have to do with the auxiliary type things that we provide at our events, that typically it's really the booster, like we're giving, we're allowing the Booster Club to generate funds at our events. The two areas, one of them is in our live streaming. That's relatively new. We brought in a live streaming network right before COVID, and obviously that has grown significantly ever since then. And so our live streaming revenues, that comes from ad sales when if you're watching, Allen Panthers.live or Cougars Live, ad sales are spent there. The profits from those ad sales would come back in, a $12,000 donation per school back to kind of help cover some of these costs. Same thing with concessions. When we're looking at concessions, running those at events, that the profits that come out of concessions can be a donation back to the school as well. And I know that one of the conversations that we had, because those are, all right, well, what happens if you don't make money and what happens if you don't sell ads and whatnot? So these would be donations that would happen at the beginning of a fiscal year. And so those donations can happen now based on the profits that those organizations have made previously. And so we'd be able to do that before every single year. So those are two additional sources. And then the third one would be on the responsibility of the district AD to secure a $5,000 sponsor for their opportunity to share their brand at our activities. Right now, each individual sports booster club has the ability to go out and do sponsorships on their own, but this would add one kind of title sponsor for the activities department at North and the activities department at South that would generate another $10,000. So that gets us fairly close to covering the gap if we were to implement everything we just got done talking about, but there still is a small delta, and you wanted to talk about that, right?
Yeah, so this identifies what the delta in the cost between proposed costs and revenue for this model of operation. The ability to deal with that within the logistics operations, I think one of the things we talked about in the last board meeting, I think Director Thompson brought up, and I want to say it's 100, 600, 700, and admin is a ZBB, zero-based budgeting exercise. So we are working on that. But my plan would be in our logistics operations, reducing the expenditures there in order to cover that delta. I do think there are a lot of benefits that this system can bring to us, and I just kindly ask for your consideration on this matter.
Do we want to address these things one at a time? I kind of see four different issues. If this is what you're asking for us to vote on, you can clarify. Ticket pricing, activities, participation fees, athletics operation realignment, and then the annual family cap. You're looking for a vote on each of those items?
I'm sorry?
Are you looking for a vote on each of those items?
Or collectively.
Or collectively?
I would leave that, sir, up to you, how you want to do that. If it's up to me, I'd say we could vote on each one of those, if that's better for all concerned.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll open it up to the board if somebody wants to make either a motion to approve one of those items or all of those items, and then we can get into discussion if there's any.
Yeah, point of clarification, please. I'm not quite sure where we are in the ticket pricing. Is it what you had stated up there, or we consider, it's what you had stated?
So
We're
our
not
proposal is what we shared, although I will not at all dismiss what Director Cameron offered, but I think maybe that would require some other parliamentary procedure to modify that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Well, whoever makes the motion, the initial motion, gets to set where we're going to be at the starting point for that. So, yeah.
All right, I would make the motion that we accept the dollar amount proposals that were listed in your comments here, and I'm putting the motion on the table.
Motion for everything, just for point of clarification?
I just think we should take the whole package.
Whole package, so ticket pricing at 9 and 7, activity participation fees at the amounts provided in the board presentation, athletic operations realignment, and the annual family cap at $1,000.
And the annual family cap came from 3 to 1.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, there is a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
It is seconded by Director Thompson. Is there any discussion on the motion? Director Anderson.
So I have one remaining question. So I know you said, sorry, this is not exactly discussion on the motion, but I still have a question. With the change with the middle school, and I know you said that one would be looking at North students and one would be looking at South students, but Kenwood is like a blend of North and South. So can you clarify how that would work?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. Probably should have laid that out a little bit better. And so, in this model, when you're running programming from 6 through 12, those that would be a continuation student in competitive-based activities, those that would be in a continuation to North, whatever middle school they may be attending, they would be part of that school's program. That programming may happen at Kenwood, it might happen at McGuire, it might happen at Century, and so on. We've got shuttle buses that go around the district at the end of the day, and the kids would go to participate with those that they participate with. Really what that does is it aligns our programs much better with those programs in our community that we don't offer through our middle schools. Our associations, our coaches, our head coaches at the varsity level do a great job working with our community associations. Take basketball, for example. And they'll work through, and kids are either in the North Basketball Association or the South Basketball Association. Doesn't really matter what school they go to. That's part of the association they're part of. When we're running them in the schools, again, that whole silo model, we're saying you're a McGuire kid or a Century kid or a Kenwood kid, and that creates that somewhat of a branding problem that, that we deal with at Kenwood because they're kind of a little bit of both. And so now we would have programs that are going to the direction that the student would be continuing towards.
Okay.
That would be a implementation after a year, though, based on timing right now. So that would be, we'd still be having Century programming, McGuire programming, and Kenwood for 1 year as we transition to that. Things that are not competitive-based, student clubs and things like that, that would happen on site for their building.
Any other discussion on the motion? Director Thompson?
I'd like to amend the motion to change the adult ticketing pricing from $9 to $10. When I look at the delta is, I believe, $58,000 gap. When we've got 64,000 tickets that are sold, I'm going to just arbitrarily assume a 60-40% split, 60% adults, 40% students. That extra dollar will get us to an extra $38,000 addition. And so that would make the delta closer to 20 grand or so. For me personally, as close as we can get to net neutral, that would be ideal. So my first motion, or my first amendment, would be to change the adult from 9 to 10.
Is there a second for that amendment? I'll second it. Any discussion on the amendment?
So you're not proposing changing the student, you want to raise ticket prices on our students, right? Just to-
Incorrect. No, just the adults. Well, we have it moving from 8
The
to 9.
proposal is to raise, so I'm just clarifying that you're saying that as the proposal reads, you want to increase student ticket prices.
I would like to increase the adult ticket prices from 9
Only.
to 10. Correct. Only.
And not student. Student stays at 6?
Leaving the students as is,
That's 6.
as of the proposal, which is
So that's
7.
an increase.
Okay, I'm sorry. Clarification, Brian?
10 and 7.
10 and 7.
Right. Okay, 10 and 7. So
Correct.
6 goes to 7, 8 goes to 10.
Correct.
Okay.
Director Nicholson?
Do we have any avenue for alleviating a buck or two off of kids that can't afford it? Is there any avenue to do that? Is there any booster club or anybody else that is available to help with something like that? If somebody was in need and wanted to go to events and,
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about participation fees. You were talking about ticket prices.
ticket prices, yeah.
We don't have a vehicle for that at this point.
I will say that I'm open to leaving student pricing at 6. If we
can't
amend this up to 10.
I don't think we can amend again, though.
Well, we're
right?
amending the adult price up to 10. And
Well,
then if we're going to amend,
You could amend.
yeah,
his
then we can
proposal.
amend the student price back down to 6.
Vote on that.
But we take care of his amendment first, adjusting the adult price.
So we're not voting on student ticket. Can we,
No, this is just the amendment to the original motion. So,
in addition to all the other things in the proposal?
So my understanding.
as
so,
originally presented.
Yeah, I made an amendment to the motion, which is, and this is the only one that we would have to vote on first, which is adjusting the adult from 9 to 10. And then whatever decision, voting result is after that, and then we go back to Mr. Carbone's motion.
Correct. It's just changing the components of the original
Yeah.
motion.
How many other schools are at $10 adult?
None that I'm aware of.
None that you're aware of? Okay. I love the idea of being net neutral. I do. I completely agree with you. I love being marginally competitive, as well. I don't know.
Director Thompson?
I understand the difference from 8 to 9 and then 9 to 10, but when I think about that additional dollar and what we're going to get at the district level from an activities director and the potential cost savings that individual may have, I know that there are significant inconsistencies with, potentially program feedback from parents. Some parents don't even get to provide feedback on certain programs, and they don't get a survey. Or if they get a survey, surveys are from students that are leaving, and they don't respond. So, this is an opportunity in my mind to recalibrate if we are going to, since we've allocated $6 million already to our activities and athletics division, if another dollar is what it warrants to make sure that we've got an organizational structure in place for consistency, I am in favor.
And just to say, I'm in favor of raising it to 10 if we can drop, because then we can drop the student pricing down to 6.
Or leave it at 6.
Leave it at 6.
Well,
Leave it
right.
at 6. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think 10 and 5 is clean. I also don't like being higher than other districts in terms of our pricing.
I mean, cumulatively, we wouldn't be, if we leave the student pricing the same. But in any event, any further discussion on the amendment to raise the ticket pricing to 10 for adults? If there are none, being a first and a second, all those in favor of amending the motion to raise the adult ticket pricing to $10, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Roll call?
Yeah, I didn't hear what was on this side. Could we do a roll call vote on that?
Yes.
Brett Nicholson,
Yes.
Amber Cameron,
Yes.
Matt Swanson,
Yes.
Kim Baker,
No.
Ryan Thompson,
Yes.
Carly Anderson.
No.
All right, it's passed 5-2, and now I will make another amendment to the motion, as just discussed, to lower the ticket price for students to $6. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, seconded by Director Cameron. Any
Can I-
discussion?
Yeah, can I just clarify, retain the current ticket price? Is that,
Correct,
is
sorry.
that, okay, instead
Well,
of lower?
Lower it from the proposal,
Yeah, right,
from the
I
original
know what you're
motion.
saying, yeah, just to,
So it's the existing.
right.
Yeah. Any other discussion?
Right.
Director Nicholson?
I like to keep it if we can. I mean, again, cost neutral is great. If 60/40s are split, I mean, we're getting a little bit more on the adult side anyway.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, I mean, so I'll look to Superintendent Bowman. Did you get any data from Jack? I don't know if you were talking to him, so I was wondering if you if you got ticket split data.
No, I was just verifying
Okay,
the aggregate number, and yeah, that's what I was doing.
Okay. I mean, again, leveraging the 60, I'm guessing the 60-40 split. And so assuming 40%, and bringing that back down, it's, we end up saving, we end up gaining an extra $8,000, I guess, roughly, by moving adults to 10 and then keeping students at 6. And then hopefully, I mean, there isn't a mechanism right now for those who can't afford 6 come to the games for football or hockey. And maybe this is something that we can take back to the boosters and say, hey, maybe those who are part of the free and reduced lunch program, we have an opportunity to extend them a letter or something where maybe the football club or the hockey association can give them a card where they can come in as free as well. But that's probably a separate thing that we can explore later.
I think if you wear your jersey, if you're in the football program as a kid and you wear your jersey to the game, you get in for free. I'm not sure if it's the same for hockey or not.
Yeah.
Some games, I think.
For some games, but for those who
Yeah.
aren't part of the football program and want
Sure.
to see but can't afford, that's definitely something we should consider. So what I'm hearing right now is that keeping the students at 6, and then, yeah, I mean, it's back to what it was originally. I do have another proposal, and maybe I'll just tee it up right now, and if there's
Hold
general.
on. Unless
Let me
if it's
rephrase
an
it.
amendment, then
I get it.
let's vote on this one and be
Yeah, but I think this would be helpful for me
to.
to just make sure they're, for helping me with my vote. I know that the title sponsorships, the goal was to get one per high school for $5,000. How realistic is that? And is one super easy? Because I mean, could we easily do 2? I don't know, per high school.
Yes, the answer to that is we certainly can. The question and the kind of the balance in that whole thing is we want to make sure that we're always supporting our booster clubs as well, which are still putting a lot of funds into the operations of our programs. And so although we can go out and get additional sponsorships, does that take away from the booster club's ability to gain their sponsors, which then just kind of trickles everything back the wrong direction? So
Sure. So you want to step on their toes, essentially?
correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Is $5,000 an entry-level sponsorship? I mean, I'm assuming it's something that would be for the whole year, and so is 10,000 way abnormal, or can we get to 10? I don't know.
It depends what we have, obviously to offer. Right now, 5,000 is pretty much in alignment with what our biggest booster sponsors would be paying. So that's kind of where that dollar figure came from.
Director Cameron?
I don't think we're supposed to be having conversation on this, but since we are, I'm going to enter it. And that is.
Come on in. It's awesome.
When you said that earlier, I mean, this is not a board level thing, but I would encourage you to think about raising that dollar amount too. I run a very small one-day festival for the city of Burnsville. $5,000 is like nothing for sponsors. It's a 6-hour event. So we have $20,000 sponsors for our one-day event, right? So it's just something to consider.
So Brian and Amber will help the committee on.
No, I'm just saying.
Getting
Well,
sponsored.
and I think that the reason I'm asking is because if there's appetite from the board to come back for that, then I would be in favor of keeping students at 6. So.
All right. If there's no further discussion, all in favor of amending the motion to reduce or reduce?
To keep
Keep.
it.
No, we're going to reduce
Retain.
it to 6 in the current motion for students. There is a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it is back down to, so now we're at adults at 10, students at 6, and the other 3 items are still on the table. Any further discussion on the now amended motion?
I can make an amendment now.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to amend the motion to remove voting on the entire staffing model. I don't feel like that is a board level thing to vote on. We don't vote on other department staffing. And so I don't want to set precedents that this is how a board should. I think that's at the purview of the superintendent along with other executives to determine staffing.
I agree.
So there's a first, seconded by Director Anderson. Any discussion? Director Thompson?
I don't think the staffing model was part of the initial motion, was it? I thought it was just the
Yes, it
4
was.
things.
It was one of the 4 things. Athletics, operations,
Okay.
realignment. Yeah.
Okay, so
I-
to clarify, then you're removing that piece of it.
Correct.
And that basically puts it in Superintendent Bauman's hands to make a determination? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that us voting on the other things kind of just gives him the authority to do that anyways. So, I mean, from a
And the revenue.
legal standpoint, I think it's, yeah.
I think what Director Cameron pointed out earlier about raising funds doesn't mean you necessarily do anything. Like, we're approving a fee increase. That doesn't mean we're saying what it's going to be used for. So
Sure.
it's in his purview to decide how that money is going to be used.
One fee increase and one fee decrease. The family fee is coming down.
Is coming
Right,
down,
thank
You
you.
Yeah.
got 2 kids playing 3 sports, you're paying
One
less
is
money.
staying the same in terms of what it is right now, yes. But that, I agree, I think this is outside of our purview. I think we are, like you said earlier, Superintendent Bauman, what we are required to vote on is any fee increase or change. And so it's the
And I'm
fee
okay with
increase
that.
and then,
Yeah, I'm
and
sorry,
then
go
the
ahead.
reduction from 3,000 to 1,000.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that because we still get to the same place. I mean, it's a matter of changing the pricing, actually changing the pricing on one thing, and one thing staying the same and one thing going down. So it's actually pretty positive that way to some degree. And then ultimately, we get to the same place. The revenue that you're asking for hopefully will be generated, and then it's your decision based upon what you're talking about here.
Any further discussion?
Was that a motion or was that just a discussion?
It was an amendment to the motion, so we're approving.
Yeah, so the amendment is to remove voting, removing the part of the vote related to the staffing model and only retaining the agreed upon ticket prices, the reduction in student participation cap, right? And what's the other thing?
Activities participation fees.
And
Did you say
activities
that? Yeah.
participation, yeah.
Yeah, just to be clear, it's the family annual cap.
Yeah. Mhm. I mean, yeah.
I'll second that.
It's been seconded.
Oh, no, okay.
Welcome, welcome. All right. If there's no further discussion, being a first and a second, the motion is to remove the vote on approving the athletics operation realignment from the original motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, it's passed. And so now we're back with the now thrice amended motion, which is ticket pricing for adults at 10, students at 6, activity participation fee adjusted, and then the annual family cap reduced from 3,000 to 1,000. Any discussion on the remaining motion?
I'd like to make another amendment to the motion for the title sponsorships. The initiative to secure one 5,000 title sponsorship. I mean, this is, throughout the full. I'm assuming this. Can you? Let me rephrase that. I do not want to add another amended motion yet. Let me ask a clarifying question. This title sponsorship would be from school season all the way to the end of the year, or is it just during football season and only during hockey season? What are you thinking?
Throughout the entire school year.
I mean, I don't.
We're not.
Yeah, before you make the motion, I mean, I think the issue is they're going to raise as much money as they can for the title sponsorship.
Well,
Yeah, regardless of what we set the cap at.
Well, so let's talk through that, because when we had naming rights for, the Ames? Hasse, yep. And then, and then we've got the title sponsorships. I agree as much as we can, but if we're going to just go with 1.5, I mean, is there a threshold? Is there a minimum that we want? And what do we think is the right value for having a sponsorship that you have 12,000 student eyeballs plus potentially 24,000 parents, or it's 70,000 community members. And so is $5,000 like a really, really good deal? And if there's an opportunity, again, for us to get to more net neutral, would a $15,000 sponsorship be reasonable, or a $10,000 minimum? And then let's see how the new district AD does. So I'll pause here and kick it to you.
Director Cameron?
Point of clarification, are we voting on the title sponsorship amount? I didn't think that was.
No, I haven't made a
But that's not
amendment.
even something that the board would vote on, is it? At this moment, for this proposal?
I mean, it would have to be an amendment to the motion. And then it gets into the question of, is it, and this goes back to the question of the athletics operation, is it really something that we need to be dictating? So
So do you want to just
So
say,
I guess the question is there
Go
is
for
there a
more?
motion? If there's no motion, then we're still back at no motion to amend, then we're still back at our original motion. 3 times amended.
I think I would like feedback from the rest of the board members. I mean, when we had to pass the Ames, the Hasse, and then there was I don't know. I feel if we had to approve back then, naming rights, and
But that's a collaborative effort with the city as well.
that was
Yeah, so it's a,
We didn't have a whole lot to say about it.
yeah, I mean, I feel like we don't generally get into the nitty-gritty of this kind of stuff. So I guess I would say we stay out. I mean, I know
Yeah,
it's
I mean, the
part of the
boosters do it.
proposal.
The
and
boosters
it's
do it already.
explaining- right.
So
It's
we're not gonna
explaining how
dictate
we're
theirs.
trying to get the money generated, but I don't think it's our place to dive.
So you just want to encourage them to go for a bigger sponsorship?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's helped. We
I
are
think
so
everybody's okay
encouraged.
with that.
Can we call it?
All right.
Yeah.
Are we good?
Yeah.
If there's no further discussion, I'm going to call the matter for a vote. All in favor of, once again, ticket pricing at $10 for adults, $6 for students, activities participation fee readjustment, and the annual family cap lowered from 3,000 to 1,000, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
All right, it is approved. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Superintendent Bauman, I think you're still up there.
Well, sure.
Can we get through
have,
can we deal with this quickly and then maybe take a quick break on the facility use fees?
So the facility use fees, no change from what our proposal was. our presentation. I'll ask Devin to summarize that, and then we can take a vote.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So a summary from what we went over a couple weeks ago. The recommended updates, I think, is what Superintendent Baumann was referring to. We are looking to have our rental rates, and I'm hoping we can get through to, nope, oops. This is where they told me before, you have to listen to how to use the clicker. There we go. All right, so number one would be rental rate increases that would go into effect on September 1, 2025. That would be our class one, our local would be restructured, so the rental rate would be based on spaces and not a flat fee across the board. And our class two and class three rates would have a 7% increase. Number two, we've added equipment use fees to the addendum. They had been omitted in the past, and we have brought them back. Number three, events where custodial has been assigned due to the size of the function or the function being outside of building operational hours or holidays will be assessed an additional 2 hours of custodial time beyond that, so that we can assist in covering the full custodial costs for that event. And elementary use requests will require each user group to provide their own hall monitor for their group activity. And if they do not, they will be charged a fee and a supervisor will be assigned. And that will be what we are recommending. It was linked in the presentation 2 weeks ago, the reference to the proposed addendum policy that I believe each of you have.
I know I said I had no questions earlier, but I do have one. Just in communicating with the stakeholder about like certain activities, namely our senior party that was hosted at our school. Are there other groups similar to that? Because the question was, well, can we just, and maybe we discussed this a couple weeks ago too.
We did.
Can we provide like an exemption on just that initial fee for, but are there other groups that would then come and say, hey, we have the equivalent?
Yes.
And I guess how many other groups are we talking about? Is it significant?
They would say it's significant.
I mean, the number
Meaning,
of groups.
I'm speaking on behalf of user groups, just especially our class ones. User groups are local organizations, associations, out-of-season booster clubs, are nonprofit agencies, whether they're youth or adult. Each one of them would definitely, with many volunteer hats that they wear, many times it's our own staff people who wear multiple hats, what they're passionate about in helping our students of all ages, they would believe that that's helping that student in that. And that's where, with myself and my team, we get to walk through that line that we talked about last time of who's owning that piece of the money, who's owning that piece of the liability. And if it's not something that Superintendent Baumann can bring it to you as a board for discussion or approval on changing a vote or whatnot, it will ultimately end up outside of district-sponsored, meaning it's a non-district-sponsored use. And then we do have to be consistent, because if we're not, whether it's saying there's favorites, or we're picking and choosing, or we're saying that, or one group or one department or one person or one employee is saying that one group or event is more important than another, it gets to be a very sticky place to be.
Director Anderson.
Just one question, just given the change with the September 1, 2025. So has there been concern expressed about just the timing of this in terms of planning for this next year, like in terms of how much, I know we haven't started the school year, but how much groups have tried to raise or how it's impacting their booster clubs, things like that?
I will, frankly, this time around with the conversation, there have been conversations, not the level that there was when we initiated an initial Class 1 rate 3 years ago. The conversation about how much the rate would be, how the groups are going to adapt, what they're going to do. I know that there's multiple groups in our community who have been quite vocal and said if things change, then we know how to pivot, or we will help others pivot in how to raise funds, reassess how their fees are done. The timing for bringing it to you, in a perfect world, I would have brought it to you in March or April, but there were higher level priority items that you as a board had in front of you, and we needed to wait for the right time to be able to make it in front of your plate.
Director Nicholson.
With some of the smaller user groups, if they've already, started registration or anything like that, and they're going to be drastically impacted for, the fall, basically, is there any thought or consideration from the district to give an exemption on rate increases if they're below a certain size, if their revenues aren't high enough and they're going to be underwater type of thing, immediately? I mean, have you considered anything like that, or would you be willing to, hear petitions out if somebody said, hey, we're going to be sunk here if you guys do this, and we only had a month, 2-month leeway?
I would point out 2 to 3 things, just saving grace there. First one goes back to, and I sound like a boring book on this one, everyone has to be treated consistently the same within their classification, because if they don't, then we fall into the traps that I've already started with. With that said, we work very hard with all of our groups in the past and currently. And as far as how we do invoicing collecting, if it's the last day of the invoice or if it's 30 days past the invoice, if we need to work with them as they adjust that, we have been given approval in the past, and I've worked with Executive Director Holmgren when we did initially have that in. And the third, I would say, is the evolving of the facility use and contribution agreement. That has specific language in it, and Executive Director Holmgren and I are meeting, hopefully as soon as he comes back from his vacation, but we're meeting to be able to really reestablish what that looks like for this year. That program began 2 years ago to help offset the initial cost of when we put that Class 1 rate in, and it needs to be revised to be current and look at larger pieces that are being donated and how that impacts local user groups' usage fees. So I'm not sure if that totally answers your question, but yes, there are lots of different behind-the-scenes thoughts going into place to work with our groups, but still make sure that I'm able to say, I've done what you've asked, but definitely we've kept things consistent and by the book.
To that point, Brett, I'm guessing, and correct me if I'm wrong, if it's a smaller group and they're just using the facility once, it's not going to be, you're going from $10.30 to $20. It's the groups that are using it 50 times, They probably have a little bit more size, is my guess.
I would assume,
but yeah, I get what you're saying.
It was the only concern that was kind of raised up, that I kind of.
Yeah, and then I heard the same thing that Carly did about timing. But I just don't know when would you implement? That's the problem. We're going to hit somebody at every point in the year unless you push it out a year, Director Thompson.
Right. You can push it out 90 days maybe, but again, the only way you're going to make this work is that it gets implemented September 1st to be net positive. So that we break even. With
not
a couple
just
bucks.
that, but September 1st is when all the usage starts for the school year. And so that means that, once again, everyone is treated the same. So from the first day of school until the next time it's amended, everyone is treated the same. Every group who uses our facilities throughout the entire year will have that same standard that they have to meet, along with all the same rules that they'll have to follow.
Director Thompson.
Yeah, I'm gonna circle back on that the high school graduation one. So right now, the PTOs don't pay a fee, correct? Or do they pay a fee to use our
The only
facilities?
time the PTOs will pay any fee is if they are requesting to use the spaces in our buildings outside of the elementary operating hours. The example that I gave the last time was, say, an elementary school wanted to hold a daddy-daughter dance on a Saturday, and our elementaries are closed on Saturdays. They would pay the staffing costs for that to make sure that we cover our costs. The determination was made a little over 3 years ago that our PTOs, the entire purpose of what that PTO does is for the entirety of the child, the well-being, the education, the social emotional, all of that. And that's, again, we go back to, sorry, I keep going straight back to look at you, but we go back to what is consistent for all groups, because we can't pick and choose, and we can't choose favorites, at least from a facility usage standpoint.
Well,
Except for the PTOs.
Well,
Oh,
that
hang on.
was,
So I-
that was, I should say, that was a district leadership decision.
Yep.
Based on leadership that I was given the direction
Which is
to
fine,
follow.
and so,
Right.
and then we as a board provide district leadership direction. And so, how much does it cost them, I mean, for these graduations? Is it like, are we looking at a couple $1,000s, or are we looking at like $300?
There are costs for staffing, so it's not just the hourly usage rate. We're trying to cover our costs for staffing. That is the majority of what the fees are. And I'm happy to pull that information to get to you. I don't know the exact dollar amount right now. I do know that it is it is estimated between $1,500 to $2,500, depending on which building, because they both have both have a different group of volunteers. And they're in charge not just of providing the environment and the activities for our seniors. They're in charge of everything from making sure that each vendor that comes in has been vetted and has provided their insurance. They're in charge of making sure of security. And, those are things that after each senior year party is over, I get to meet with administration to be able to share, here's the successes of what happened at the senior party, and here's the challenges that we had. And safety and security is a challenge.
so.
Did you have a question?
So just to clarify, Devin, I appreciate you providing all this
Absolutely.
information. So in the case of the senior party, they're paying a fee in addition to all the staff costs, or is that?
They're paying the hourly usage fee for Class 1, which is currently $10.30 an hour, just like all other
So the majority of
Class
the
1s.
costs would be coming from, so even though it's Lakeville South or North or whatever, the majority of the costs would be coming from this, covering the staff.
Yep, we
which
need to
would
have
to
custodial on from the
regardless.
time they arrive to set up to the time that they leave the building. That's depending on the time of day, depending on if it's a holiday. And there's facility supervisors fees that are included that they are charged for, because we do end up having safety and security issues that our staff ends up having to help and assist with.
So I just want to point out, I'm just thinking about the PTO cost versus the graduation party cost. Obviously, the graduation party is also geared toward, like, let's say this is somewhat protective for our students because they're going here and not somewhere else, let's say. But the cost that is so significant is more because the staffing is so much more than what a PTO might require for doing an event after hours.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's the timing too. I mean, you're looking at staff in the middle of the night versus,
Right.
yeah.
And the challenges the past 2 years specifically, there was school the next day.
Sure.
So our custodial had to, a lot of logistics went on at 2 o'clock in the morning between many different custodial and my staff to be able to make sure, hey, that space is done. They can get in there, get it cleaned. Okay, now that space is done. Just for an example, that it's a challenge turnover for custodial to get that space ready. So admin and teachers and students can walk in the next day and not know
And
anything
thank you
different.
to them for that, yeah.
Director Cameron?
I know many other schools have their senior parties not on school property. So is that an option that we've considered for, like, if it's this, and it's not our decision perhaps, but I also don't think we need to offer the service necessarily. So,
Did you say they don't have them on the school property?
right, many use private businesses, Bolero,
Yeah.
Medina Center, whatever it's called.
The only thing that I would say is unless I'm given district leadership directive not to, and explain that to that particular party or that committee or whatnot, that is direction that I have to take from Superintendent Bauman. If I don't receive that, I cannot pick and choose unless they have specifically broken rules like any other user group that would put people in harm's way or violate district policies such as bringing alcohol on property or things like that.
Sure. Director Thompson?
I have not had enough seniors to know how often this senior party has been going on. Has it been like 5 years? Is it a tradition that's been going on for 20 years?
So pretty much every high school, anywhere in general, we'll give it a 70% because I know.
No, let me rephrase that.
They do have
in
it.
our buildings, how often is it a tradition to always have the graduation party in our high schools?
Except for COVID, yes,
'Kay.
from my experience in Lakeville. But again, I've been here going into my 10th year. I don't know if you want to speak to any further than that. I know many districts that don't hold it on property for the reason that they don't want to have to pay for the staffing fees, and they can have more freedom at, an event venue or something like that. So
So I think where I'm leaning towards is that it's a one-time scenario. It is the very last thing that they're doing in high school, I'm assuming. And if we can shave a couple dollars off of whatever they have to pay to go to this event, we just talked about lowering ticket prices for students, and these additional costs are allocated to this. Knowing that our usage fees, I know we're looking to be a net positive, roughly $24,000, assuming everything is on track. Obviously, it's going to ebb and flow a little bit, but I would be in favor of, it's not like they're finishing, kindergarten or seventh grade. Like, they are completing, ideally, 12 years of Lakeville education, and it's something to be worth celebrating. So, go ahead.
Director Nicholson?
Point of clarification, that's not in what we're voting on. So we're talking about, you want to add an exemption for that party or something like that. Do we even need to talk about that now, or can we see how the year goes, and as we're cruising into next year, if it's, if finances are looking good, we say, you know what, give it to them.
Well, prices are effective September 1st, so we probably need to make this decision now.
They'll be making the reservation. Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah, I guess I have sympathy on both sides because I appreciate what you're saying, and I also appreciate what you're saying, Devin, which is if we grant this to one group, there are going to be many groups that come forward and say, we also do XYZ for students. It's all about students, and why don't we get some sort of special exemption as well? So I think we have to be very careful about. I know, but there are lots of things that we could get behind as a board on an individual basis.
Brian has a senior next year, so.
if I could add one other, just
Yeah,
a point
thank you.
for awareness in regards, because I know that this is special to all of you, and I want to honor that. Just like many other things that you've talked about tonight, and just like many of our boosters do, and large events that do, I know that one of the senior parties, I don't know the details of the other on how they did things, but I know that they got their own sponsors.
Sure.
To be able to help offset the costs. So, and how much they got and who they got and those type of things, that's not in my purview to dial down into that with them. If they wanted to talk about it, I will listen, but I'm not in a place to be able to give them advice on it simply because I'm a public school employee and I want to partner with them. But many of them have spoken groups, including one of the senior parties saying, well, if that's the case, then I'm going to work with local community venues and businesses and whatnot and see if I can get sponsors. So I'm not saying that's the answer. I'm just wanting to bring it just another level of awareness because I know that this is an important topic you guys want to talk about tonight.
Director Thompson?
I believe we fund graduation, right? We don't have students pay extra dollars for busing to Mariucci Arena to get the diploma, to do all these things, but then they got to pay to have a celebration. Anyone else aligned or no?
I'm sympathetic to it, right? My question is, how many more groups are going to come to us if
they can show me that they're graduating and they've been here for 12 years.
Yeah.
It's not a very hard.
I don't disagree with you. Director Baker?
I just want to add that there are lots of groups that rent our facilities, and they add a lot of benefit to our district. For example, the PTOs, like, I know there was a fun run last year that raised like $30,000 or something for the elementary school, and all that went to benefit the students and the staff within that building. And then you have the booster clubs that really, honestly, like, fund a lot of our sports. And they have to pay to rent the facilities, even though they're raising money for us to do these sports. So again, like, if you make an exception for a senior party group, then you're gonna have those people come back to us and say, where's our benefit? Because we're actually doing things for the district and giving you money, so we shouldn't have to pay at all. Like, I can just hear the things that will come from this. So while I had 2 seniors go through, one at North and one at South, and we went through it with the senior party, rented the facilities, went through the whole thing, and the parents are just like, yep, we've got to do this because this is what we do. Like, it's part of the contract. I just think once you start making exceptions, that it opens the door. And then that's going to put more stress on our people that are in those positions that say, well, this is just what the board said. They just were going to give for the seniors. Well, what about the other students? I just think it opens the door.
I shouldn't have asked my question, Devin, right?
Absolutely, you should always ask your question.
Director Nicholson,
So,
I think we're getting close.
So just to counterbalance that one a little bit, I met with the treasurer of one of our clubs, and she said, if you could make the senior thing free, that'd be awesome, because we'd rather them be in the building where you're not supposed to have alcohol, you're kind of controlled, the parents know where they are, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, that. And then it was, but if you could push the fee back a little bit too and not start in September, that would also be helpful. So,
But they
I mean,
paid for
I
it
get
every
the
year.
I get the whole thing, but again, I go back to the original point though.
If I could
The
ask,
the stuff that's up here, though, is not, we're not talking about any specific event. We're not talking about giving any treatment or deal or cutting anything right now. So that's what we're looking at. Aside from that, like, this could be done, we could talk about this at any point throughout the year.
We can bring it
Can
up
we?
even next May if we wanted to.
we surely
If we wanted to
could.
give them their money back, yeah. So
I-
with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the proposed adjustments to the facility use and fee schedule.
So moved.
All right, this first by Director Cameron. Is there a second? There's a second by Director Anderson. Any discussion? Any more discussion? There being none, and the first and second, all those in favor of approval of the use of school facility and fee schedule as proposed in the board book with the increases, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, it is approved. Thank you.
thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
Let's take like a 5-minute recess, and then we'll get back into it. All right, we are back. Just one little matter left to discuss. Tracy.
Good evening, Chair Swanson, school board members, Superintendent Bauman. My name is Tracy Brovold, and I'm the Director of Technology and Data Services for our school district. I am back here this evening to be able to share the work that the Attendance Area Work Group has performed over the last few months. We are going to be reviewing two options that have already been presented to the school board on two previous occasions, and then some other work that the work group looked through. So we looked through a third option that we wanted to talk to you about today. And then we had some additional requests for information from our school board members that was given back in May that our team worked through and created some additional data and maps for you. And then we have some new information that we want to share that the city of Lakeville has approved a new subdivision. So we'll talk over all of those, and I'll try to be as quick as I can here. I know it's getting late. So option one was presented to you all on March 11th of this year. Option one was titled Preliminary Area Adjustments. And I want to go over this really briefly, that our current students at Highview and CMS would not be impacted by this model. If students are currently enrolled at Highview and CMS, even our incoming kindergartners, they would continue to attend Highview or CMS unless they chose to go to the other school that is part of this model. Sixth grade students going into Century Middle School would continue to attend Century Middle School as well. And for all of those students, transportation would be provided. Any of the students that are residing in the attendance areas that are impacted, they are welcome to transfer to the new school if they'd like to, with transportation provided. Now, this plan said that any student who begins school after September 2nd of this year would transfer to the new school. If they enrolled after September 2nd, they would transfer to the new school, and then siblings of students who are currently enrolled would attend the new school boundaries after this school year. So no students would be impacted during this school year. This was the data that we showed at the time, and we have updated the data here so that you can see the new numbers with the current students that we have. What I'd like you to really focus on is at the bottom of this screen. We have the new development areas with the recommended changes and not grandfathering siblings. This is taking a look at Highview numbers over the course of the next 5 years. You'll see the cap that's over on the right-hand side is showing the capacity of enrollment within that school building. And so next year, actually we're down to 720 students for next year. This says 724, but enrollment fluctuates every single day. So we're at a cap of 103.4 students right now. As we look out to 2030, if we adopt this model, option one, Highview would decrease down to 94.4% capacity. So it would relieve the pressure that we have at Highview. It just wouldn't relieve anything for this next school year. This was the map that we presented to you back in March. On the left-hand side, you'll see our current boundaries, and on the right-hand side is what we were recommending for the adjustments after September 2nd. So you'll see up at the top that purple area that's outlined. That would be students would be moving to CVE in that area, and then just below that, above the HVE, where the building is located, those students would be moving to Eastview. And again, it's not the current students, but it's anyone who moves in after September 2nd and siblings after this next school year. When we take a look at option one, our middle school numbers, you'll see, again, these are updated numbers from what you saw before because we used our real live numbers that we have now. You'll see CMS, KTMS, and McGuire listed along the bottom. The bottom in blue is what the numbers would be if we moved forward with this option, not grandfathering in siblings. You'll see that CMS moves from 91% capacity, drops down a little bit in 27, but then drops down to 88.9% capacity by 2030. And if you'll recall, we have those third grade bubble students that we have a very big class of third graders coming through. This model considers that. So those numbers of those third graders are in these next 5 years. You'll see at KTMS under this model, they do increase quite a bit by 2029 to 1,011 students at 97% capacity. And then you'll see McGuire actually does grow quite a bit over time with this model and with our third grade bubble class. The map for our middle area adjustment for option 1, on the left you'll see our current map, and on the right you'll see how we adjusted that for the enrollments after September 2nd. The orangey color, is that orangey maybe? Those students would be going to, moving to McGuire instead of attending Century Middle School, and moving to Kenwood in that purpley color. So that's kind of overlapped there. Our work group identified some advantages and disadvantages of each one of the models that we have, and I won't read through all of these. The advantages of this model is that it does relieve pressure at Highview and Century Middle School. A disadvantage is that it doesn't relieve pressure for this school year, and we're already implementing mitigation efforts to relieve some of that enrollment pressure that we have. Another advantage is that it offers families the flexibility to transfer to their newly assigned school with transportation provided. So we want to make sure that we have transportation for our students. And then, as I said, it does account for the third grade bubble that we have. We know that that's going to increase our numbers at the middle school. Some of the disadvantages, as I said, it does not address our high enrollment at Highview and Century Middle School for this school year. Because siblings are not grandfathered in, some of our families may have children who attend 2 different elementary schools or 2 different middle schools under this model. McGuire Middle School would become a split feeder school like Kenwood Trail, so students at McGuire would go to 2 different high schools. And then we would have additional elementary schools that are split between multiple middle schools, where we tried to limit that with our boundary adjustments. And then we might have some increases in transportation costs under this model. So any questions on Model 1 before I move on?
Director Kim, we might have a ton of questions. We've heard some of this already. Do we just want to save it till the end when she's through it all, and then we can go back and?
Okay. Option 2 was presented to you on May 5th of this year, and this more narrowly limited the students that we would be moving. And so this, again, current students would stay in their school buildings, and we would adjust the boundaries to new construction areas only, where there's houses still being developed. And so we would tell those students that they would have to go to the new boundary area schools. And siblings would be able to continue to attend their school, not this year, but the following year and years after that, until we did make some boundary changes. We did note that there are 7 students that have moved into the area that we would be moving to Eastview in this model. So those students we would grandfather into Highview because they've already been going there, and 1 student who would be grandfathered into Century Middle School with, if they wanted to continue to go there. Under this model, we would have to implement boundary changes at a later date. This model gives us the opportunity to pause, to look at our data, to give our work group some time to look at the broader picture and to be able to make adjustments at a later date. We are, as I said, we're using mitigation measures right now at Highview and at Century Middle School. And this is something that we've done in the past. At Cherryview, before we did the boundary changes, we had 2 classes that were sharing the media center. And so this isn't new to us to be able to provide some mitigation measures. In this option 2, you will see the part that's outlined in red. Those areas, any new students would move to EVE, would be asked to go to EVE. A lot of that is not developed yet. There are houses that are going up in that area. The bottom part, there are townhouses that are going up there, which actually nets us fewer students than in our single-family homes. So it is beginning to be developed, but it's not there yet. So those students would go to Eastview. And then on the bottom right, you'll see that we would move any other new development in that area to Cherryview. There is no development in that area right now. And as far as Lakeville, the city of Lakeville, there's nothing proposed in this area that we are aware of. Our middle area adjustment, you'll see that that same group of students that we would be asking to go to Eastview would be asked to go to Kenwood Trail Middle School. And here are our work group identified advantages and disadvantages. One of the advantages is that it does mitigate additional student enrollment at Highview and Century, so no new students could go to Highview and Century from those particular areas. It grandfathers in students who are already enrolled, so those students won't be disrupted. It is just new families moving into the district. And as I said, the advantage of this model is that it does give our district time to conduct a more comprehensive and long-term boundary study. Our disadvantages is that it's not immediate, and it doesn't alleviate any high enrollment at Highview and Century for this school year. It doesn't fully resolve some of our long-term capacity and enrollment imbalances that we know we're going to have at the middle schools as that 3rd grade class comes through. And near future boundary changes, so thinking ahead that we know 2 years from now we will have to do boundary changes under this model. It might require some students to change schools again, students who have already changed schools this school year. They might have to change again. So option 3 is new to you, and it's one that the work group thought that we should at least bring to the table for your consideration. Option 3 is actually the model that was not chosen by the school board on our February 27th, 2024 meeting. We chose actually D3. We did not choose E3. And so what we thought was, let's take a look and let's run the numbers of what this looks like, what this model would have looked like if we chose this model back in February of 24. So one of the things I wanted to comment on is the numbers that you're going to see here are just slightly off from what you'll see in the chart that I show you. I typed in the numbers and then I took a picture of the chart on the next day and our enrollment changed a little bit. So I apologize, it's just a little bit off. But under E3, option 3, most of our schools would run within a healthy utilization range from 70% to about 86% capacity. The exceptions were that JFK is a little bit lower than that at 56%, and OLE is higher than that at 93%. OHE you are going to see at 63.9% capacity, but that is not considering our Ignite students that are going to that school. So we add students at OHE compared to this model. And then E3, our middle schools had really minimal changes in the enrollment compared to the model that we are currently existing in. So here's the data that aligns with Model E3, and you'll see here my numbers are a little bit off. I said 56% for JFK, and that's at 57%. OLE on the last slide, I had 93%, and the number here is 94%. So you'll see that we are pretty healthy utilization across the board, with the exception of JFK, that's a little low, and OLE, that's a little bit higher. And our middle school, that is cut off on the slide for some reason, but that is CMS, KTMS, and McGuire across the bottom. And you'll see that really doesn't make, this model really didn't make a difference at our middle schools. We still have CMS at high capacity, at 90% capacity. And then we have KTMS and McGuire. Actually, KTMS just loses students in this model, and McGuire gains students. But Century isn't really touched in this model. Somebody have a question? No? Okay. Here's what the maps look like. You'll see our current map for our elementary boundaries is on the left-hand side, and E3 map is indicated on the right-hand side. And you'll see just a little bit of tweaks to each of those maps. This is our middle school maps. Again, on the left-hand side, you'll see our current boundaries. And on the right-hand side, you'll see how Kenwood Trail is in the purplish color, and it extends out a little bit further underneath Century Middle School there in option 3. So our work group identified, again, advantages and disadvantages here. The advantages is that that E3 does keep most elementary schools within a stable range. That helps us to promote consistent class sizes across our district and staffing. It slows the continued enrollment growth at Highview, and it improves our facility utilization across all of our elementary schools. Our disadvantages is that we see OLE at a high enrollment. JFK would be under-enrolled. If this was implemented in 26-27, it really doesn't address any of the overcrowding that we have this coming school year. This model also moves more students. And as I think back to February, this was one of the reasons why we didn't choose the model. We wanted to move as few students as we needed to. Boundary changes would require some students to change schools again if we went forward with this model. There have been kids that have been moved already once. This would require some of our students to move again. We also took a look at some school board member requests for information. We actually had 13 models that were requested of us to take a look at. And I believe you, Superintendent Baumann, you shared a presentation that had screenshots from each of those models. And some of the models attempted to address enrollment imbalances in certain schools, but it didn't address Highview at all. And so we continue to have overcrowding at Highview. There were some models that alleviated pressure at Highview, but then they introduced new challenges at other schools. And this is really the trick of boundary changes. I think I've said in a presentation before, it's not as easy as just moving the lines. There's a lot of work and thought that goes into why those boundaries are set up how they are, because when you move something at one school, it changes the demographics or the numbers at another school. And so our work group didn't deem that those models were viable models for us. We also had a request to look at a model of a voluntary transfer option where we would allow students who previously attended Eastview Elementary School to go back to Eastview if they were in Highview, and students who attended KTMS last year, if they were enrolled at CMS, to go back to KTMS. There were 130 students that we identified who used to go to Eastview that are now at Highview, and 24 students who are all 8th graders that would be at Century who used to go to KTMS. And what the work group looked at with this model is that there would be a financial piece to this as well as a staffing piece, because if we let 130 students go back to Eastview, we would have to provide teachers for all of those students. And it might seem like it's easy enough to say, well, we can just send the Highview teacher over to Eastview, but it doesn't work that way with our minimum class sizes that we have. There's a lot of math that goes into all of that. And so we looked at that with our HR team and saw that there would be a financial piece to allowing those students to go back to Eastview from Highview. Additionally, our busing company has a firm August 1st deadline so that they can get all their routes set up and ready to roll. And today's July 8th, is it the 8th? I think it's the 8th. That gives us a really small window to be able to put anything like that in action. We had some new information that came to our work group just recently. The city of Lakeville passed, Amelia Meadows is a new subdivision that is going to be built on, it's kind of the corner of 200th and Cedar. And that was just approved by the city of Lakeville. And as we've done our research and we look at how long it takes from the city to approve a plot map to the first houses going in, we know that houses will most likely be permitted next summer. The subdivision is having 88 single-family homes, which we know we count about 1 student per each home, and 144 townhomes, which is a smaller number than 1, but we can look at probably over 125 students that will be coming to us from this subdivision in the next few years. So with that, our work group talked about currently in our current boundary areas, that subdivision is in Lake Marion and KTMS attendance areas. We know that Lake Marion predictions, next year they are going to have 733 students, which puts them at 82.8% capacity. And our 5-year prediction is that they will be at 90% capacity. Adding another 80 students to that mix would increase their capacity quite a bit. And so we would like to recommend to mitigate that increased enrollment at Lake Marion due to that subdivision. We want to move that subdivision out of the Lake Marion prior to its development, so that when it's developed, we could at least tell the families you'll be going to this certain school. Under option 1 that we just went over, the subdivision is earmarked to attend CVE and McGuire, so it's taken care of under option 1. Under option 2, the subdivision was still marked to attend Lake Marion, and so I want to show you some maps. I will come back to this to talk about option 3. But what we did under option 2 was we extended our map to show that subdivision attending JFK. So at the bottom right, this is a good time for a laser pointer. You think technology could get me that? Oh, you have one? Can you point to it there? At the bottom right there, right up, yep, up just a little bit, that's where the subdivision will be located. That is currently in the LME boundaries. And so, thanks, Fred. Thank you. So under this model, option 2, we would like to extend option 2 so that we're moving them to JFK. And then for the middle school, can you point to that same spot again? We would be moving that subdivision to McGuire instead of attending Kenwood Trail. So we want to just mitigate that subdivision under option 2. So we would just extend option 2 to be a little bit bigger than what it was before. Thank you, nice job. I am going to go back to this slide because this subdivision under option 3, they would be earmarked to attend LME and KTMS. So we would have to do some work mitigating that subdivision and where they would be going if we chose option 3. After our work group had some time to talk through all of these different options, Quite honestly, we landed on option 2 with extending that map so that we include Amelia Meadows subdivision going to JFK and McGuire. Option 2 will immediately mitigate enrollment at Highview and Century Middle School because anyone who moves into those areas will go to a different school. They will not attend Highview and CMS. Students will not be moved from their current schools, and so we wouldn't have any families who are uprooted and moved at this time. And then it also gives our work group an opportunity and the time to further evaluate enrollment trends and to make sure that we're developing a long-term solution. And it also gives us time to be able to communicate out with our families how we're going to best move forward. So that's
Director-
all I have for you.
Director Cameron.
Not sure if my question is relevant anymore, but it was about option 1 at the time. And it seemed like with the updated numbers for the middle school, it didn't seem like a change was almost needed. Like Century went a little high, but they all kind of ended up high. So at the bottom, or if you look at no change versus the change, it just kind of swaps the highs with, so that was my question. Did the updated numbers change how option 1 might play out, or if it's even needed? But if option 2 is what you're recommending, then I don't think, this doesn't relate to that, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
Tracy, you mentioned in option 2 that no students would have to be moved. And I think that's a good thing because I believe it was last year when all the chess pieces moved.
Correct.
And there were some parents that were a little frustrated about that.
Sure.
So that's a good attribute of 2. The other thing is, I want to make sure I'm understanding. Nobody moves. You're going to do a long-term study, which I think is a good thing. And that may actually extend out to 28 and 29, school year 28 and 29, so there may not be any movement for the next couple of school years. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that our team would really want to look through that, and in option 2, we would want to implement boundary changes in either 27-28 or 28-29. So either one,
Okay, but that
depending
would-
on what the work group decides.
And-
They would be implemented those years.
They'd be implemented based upon the long-term study. And
Correct.
So there would be a little bit of stability from not jumping everybody around from last year again.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Nicholson. Can you go to the map for the one that you're,
The extended for 2?
yeah, whatever your recommended one is.
For elementary map?
Yeah. This is the part I hate.
I don't like that either.
I hate not having the people who literally can throw a rock from their porch and hit the building. Oh, sorry. Like, what is that? Is there any way to consider how these people who are around the building, similar to around the building, around the building, around the building, around the building, is there any way to make this consideration a possibility? And what would it take to have people who live around the building, especially with all the walking paths that were just built right around Highview and 185th, is there any way that that can be part of Highview? And I guess, what does that look like?
Let me piggyback off of that.
Want
'Cause I
this?
think, let me take that. Because I think what Brett is saying is that we should have, philosophically, wherever your elementary school is, you do I'm just making a number up, a 1 mile diameter, and if you're within that circle, you should be able to go to that school. You
Yes.
shouldn't have to drive past an elementary school to get to your school. So with the model here, you've got to, in your option 1, and maybe if you can go to that quickly, because I think that has a good visualization. In your option 1 model, you've got the very top end of the Highview boundary going to Cherryview. And so I think this is the right move. And while because there's a there is like a stream or a river or something like this right underneath the Cherry View boundary, and you could even potentially go all the way across where that entire piece would then go to Cherry View. And so if you're at Highview here, all these people that you're supposed to move to Eastview, I think that if you ended up keeping them at Highview, that would be the preference. And then whether you cut a division here, which is part of E3 design. So the question is, how many people would this be if you ended up having this model, if that makes sense? Because
It does.
what I want to do is get to the point where, what is the future state boundary for Highview? And that's where our starting point ought to be.
Yes.
And Director Cameron's got a question.
Yes, and I'm going to say that option two gives us the ability to do that. It mitigates the new construction and people moving in.
So can you go to the option 2 slide?
So that we have no more students that are going to be no new students going to Highview or Century, and then it gives us the time and space we need to be able to continue to study this, just exactly what you're asking us to do.
I think if you're in kindergarten through 4th grade, you go to the new school, like wherever. Like, and if you're in 4th grade, you have the option to kind of grandfather into Highview. Because if you want Highview at a low capacity of, let's say, 60 to 70% capacity, knowing that there's room for growth on the east side, you have the ability for those 5th graders for those 4th graders to stay in 5th grade. Like, if you're going to rip the Band-Aid, let's just call it a day.
So the only people, and maybe this is where you're going to go, because I know Amber raised this before, is the Castellano neighborhood is the only one that's really affected by this, because there's no one to the southeast of Highview yet, and there's no one directly west of Highview yet, you know? So the only one that's going to be affected is just south of the horseshoe above, but go ahead, Amber.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. I actually had like the same thought in my head. Like if you're within walking distance, it'd be nice to walk to your elementary, right? However, unfortunately, I don't think that's like how it can play out at all times. Even in option 1, if you draw the mile radius, not everyone is in that radius, right?
Yep.
So,
But can we use this philosophy for the Highview design? And then when we move into the larger conversation, we'll have to recalibrate.
but even now, it's not that way.
Well, in this option model, it isn't that way. What I'm recommending is that you break it at the river or the stream, and all these move these to Eastview should actually stay in Highview. And then if it's over capacity, then you use the E3 design off of 190th, and that's where it breaks, and those go to Lake Marion or Eastview. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think where I'm struggling is like, it's July 8th. We need to, for this next school year, we need to figure out what we're doing like ASAP, right? I mean, I have a question about like, what are the costs of the mitigation measures that are happening at Highview and CMS, and are they substantial or minimal? If they're minimal, I feel like I have to respect the work that you've done with your team and the superintendent, that option 2 is probably the best option for this upcoming school year, knowing that we need to do some thorough investigation into the best model long term, or at least for the next 5 years.
Yeah, next year.
Yeah. Director Nicholson? And then
Is there anybody outside of the horseshoe yet?
on the south side, you mean?
Yeah, enrolled?
Yes.
Are they? Seven people that are enrolled?
7 students at Highview and 1 at Century. And they're building homes, and so I'm sure we're going to get more enrollments.
Eventually. Are those, I forget, was this the one where you're going to grandfather those 7 to stay?
Yes.
But then anybody new would
Yes,
move?
correct.
Okay. And then, I mean, we're really looking at, I mean, we're talking 25, 26, 26, 27, so like it's max 2 years. But it's going to be like next year's when we're going to have to really make a decision on future state.
Correct.
And those
If
kids
we go with this.
may move again. I mean, if those kids that are moving to
Potentially.
Eastview here, right now in this model, and then next year's design, we're having them going back to Highview. I mean, this is where we got to be very thoughtful. What is the future state of Highview to accommodate the below the river line. You have all these move to Eastview, and then draw a line from 190th straight over, and then like how many people does that cover? And is that enough where could we actually go all the way to the right? And maybe we can't, but I don't know. I mean, what's the probability of these Eastview folks staying in Eastview in your ideal scenario? Because across the street is Highview.
I would think they'd want to go high.
Right.
I mean,
So then we wouldn't want to move them now.
But we're not.
they're not.
But
In this model there is.
No, in this option, future kids who have not yet registered or moved in yet would go to Eastview.
Right,
For all of this year, if they show up to start school this year.
right.
And
And then
then
they come
maybe
back.
next year,
Unless we let them grandfather them in.
Otherwise, you
yeah.
could grandfather them.
Or you snap the line from this river right here and move these kids to Cherryview because that's where they're going to go.
Maybe.
And then
Right.
that frees up however many.
Okay, so
Right.
I raised my hand before, so I'm just gonna jump in. So, I mean, I think one of the things for us to be thinking about is kind of what Amber said, which is time or decision-making is critical at this moment in terms of our upcoming year. And I think we can all play around and say, this looks great and that looks great, but then the numbers don't shake out. And so I would say we move forward with something that's going to cause minimal disruption this year, and we have big decisions ahead. And I don't think we can prioritize one school, like saying we do this for Highview and then see how it shakes out for everything. Like, we have to be able to make major adjustments in the future that are going to address the overall boundary issues. So I would say, my opinion, we make minimal disruption this year, this board is going to have to make pretty significant decisions in the next 2 years. And why make big decisions now and then? That'd be my opinion.
Could I also just share too, the other element to this, and I've had some conversations with different board members on this matter, but the long-range facilities, when we start talking about even the next level up, is something that my staff has been working on. We need to bring forward, I call it Facilities Vision 2035, and that is also going to influence boundary adjustments, not just for elementary, but I think, we know we have over 3,000 students programmed to go into middle school. I want to say 28. And we have 3 middle schools. So we know there's that's just a simple math that even I can do. That's 1,000 a middle school. So we have those challenges. We also have, early childhood issues. We have, that's another big one that I think has to enter into this conversation. And that's why the staff, the administration is advocating for option 2. So I know we vetted 14 different options through all this that we tried to play out what the movement of those students are going to be, shared that with you. The challenge is as we do it here in this boardroom, in this setting, unless I have a computer and we're running the numbers, it doesn't give us solutions that we can communicate accurately with our community. I feel like option 2 gives us the most flexibility, and there's a couple other layers that I want to make sure the staff brings to the board, obviously sooner than later, but to buy some time and space, and in the meantime, stabilize for our community where their kids are going to go. To the question I think Director Cameron asked regarding costs, with the mitigation strategies. Great question, and thank you for that. We're doing it inside of the budget that we've approved. It's capital dollars. I have to reprioritize, and I think I've shared as well with board members that we've already put some things in motion because the nth hour I can't action. For example, furniture, and if we were to do something different than I would expect or anticipate, that furniture could still be used. So I want to be a good steward of our tax dollars and for purpose and stay within our budget. So that's what we're trying to do. And then if we have any tenant improvement kind of things that we would have to do, that would be a reprioritization within the budgets we've already allocated.
Just a couple things. Hold on. Me, then Brett, then you. I don't like the idea of moving kids again, like this fall. I don't even think that's, I don't even know that we can consider that, especially given the late stage. I do agree we need to move on something else, though, and I would almost say, you know, in the next 6 months, we have, and some of this is, it takes a while to get back the projections. But if we're going to do something in 2 years, it'd be nice if we know what that's going to be like in the next 6 months, so we can let people know, they can start planning. To that point, E3, did you look at how E3 will play out in the next 3 to 5 years, projection-wise?
We didn't look at that.
Okay.
That's something we can certainly run.
Because E3 is not looking bad right now. I mean, even if we take, and I think the other component that maybe, I don't know if we need to decide that right now, but moving Amelia Meadows, just saying that's going to be JFK and MMS, you know, because that just seems to make sense. And again, if you need to pocket it off, no matter what model we're using, and just say that's where the growth needs to go,
Right.
To set some sort of expectations, that seems to make sense. But yeah, and again, I mean, we're dealing with an unfortunate situation, because again, if we would have chosen, if E3 would have been chosen last year, we wouldn't be here. But yeah, if we, I don't know that we rush it. You know, I agree on the planning and thinking about where things are going to line up in 2 years. But I think the current option 2, even though I don't love it necessarily, it's not affecting that many kids. They're already where they're at now, so we're not asking them to move again. And if they do end up moving in 2 to 3 years, you know, it'd be the first time they moved.
Can I say one thing about, sorry, I know you're up, but.
So I think Brett was actually up. but-
One thing I do want us to consider is just, D3 looked like it was gonna work out, right? And so, one of the things that, not to say I don't wish we could go back and know what we know now and all those things, but with this new development coming on board, we have a prediction of 1 student per household, which is what, you know, like, that is not how the Highview area played out. So that's where I think it would be better for us to wait this out a little bit, kind of see what happens, so that we have a better ability to make lines that make sense and not have pockets going to schools far away. So. Right, that was, over time, that is how we came up with a very interesting map of neighborhoods going to school, you know. So I think we don't have control over the growth of Lakeville. And if we can wait it out a bit to see how to better draw the lines, yeah, that would be nice.
Brett?
With option 2 or any of the other ones that we're talking about, inter-district transfers, are we freezing anything? Are they going to be okay to, like, can people take their, like, if they don't want to be at Highview anymore and they want to inter-district transfer, are we going to allow that?
Inter-district transfers are frozen into Highview and into
Good.
Century Middle School, as well
Perfect.
as open enrollments are frozen there.
Perfect.
But as far as going out, we follow our process. People can submit an application to do that, and then we look at the enrollment at a particular grade level. If there's space within the class sizes that they have, we work with HR to determine that.
Yep. But that process is still going to be open, assuming we move to
It
this.
is. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Brian?
Would the board entertain another 2A option for review, where if you did a cutoff right here where the river line is, saying all these students above are going to be notified that they will be now zoned to go to Cherry View, because the Cherry View school is like right here. And because there aren't a whole lot of walkways, I would assume, by this river line, that would enable all of these students here that are considered moving to Eastview within walking distance of Highview, and that whole block then just becomes Highview, and that's it. I mean, I just, my concern is that when we make these changes, and then while these folks are in Highview, the future design, and if we end up zooming out, you'll see that like this is, these students more than likely will end up being at Cherry View in a final design model. I mean, that's how it's gonna look like. And so I'd like to see a two-way option. How many kids does this have? What's the capacity level? What does the 5-year outlook look like? And can that be done in the next couple of days? I mean, I sent a few options over the weekend as well. And so I don't like this. And, you know, with Director Nicholson's point of view as well, that's my point of view. If other board members agree, feel free to chime in.
Well, I guess the only challenge with, I mean, long term, if we're going to think of adjustment, but now you're kicking kids out of school, or I mean, moving them this year.
Well, it's either this year or next year. Like, that's the issue. I mean,
but for the benefit of people who don't already live in the district, you know, that's the problem with the Casolano area. I mean, that's not even developed, so those kids might not even be in the, that one, the one to the east, and then the one to the north. North is Casolano. I mean, some of those houses aren't even built yet, you know, so we're, for their benefit.
But what it does is it lowers the capacity of the Highview location for those who might be in 4th grade and want to finish elementary and 5th grade can stay there. But everyone from kindergarten to 4th grade, like we did last time, they have to make rip the Band-Aid off, and they end up moving to their next school. And so if you zoom out, the capacity for Cherry View right now is at what, 65%? You know, so, and knowing that where else can you get students to fill Cherry View is to keep going further south, because you can't go west. And so if you want that school to be at a higher capacity, you got to go south, and this is the most appropriate breakout line. And if there's not enough capacity in this current model, then use the E3 breakout and cut it off by 195th and move these kids to, is it Lake Marion, potentially? And then, but Lake Marion's at capacity, so then on the left side of Lake Marion is Ipava. All of those from Ipava going to Kenwood could be zoned into Eastview, because Eastview is sitting at like, I don't know, 50%? Like, or 63? I mean, so what I'm asking you guys to think about is next year and 3 years from now, what is the future boundary design of what Highview might look like?
Again, that's the future though. So the question is, do you move them now, or do you move them in, do you move them next year, the year after? I mean, that's what you're talking about.
But, no, go ahead.
Amber, go ahead, sorry. I'm just going to suspend the decorum. You can just jump in.
I wasn't originally going to talk about this, but I hear what you're saying, Brian, and I appreciate like you wanting to minimize impact for kids, right? I mean, that's what I'm hearing. The challenge I'm having is like even in the E3 model, the line you're drawing is not the line that area would still go to Highview. So we can draw lines all night long. Is that the wrong line for E3? I think so. I don't. I'm looking at the. So I guess my point is like to Tracy, to your point, when we shift lines, it changes a lot of things, not just student count, but demographic count and busing and a whole host of things. So that's why I'll say it again, I support option 2, and this is what I was going to say earlier. I fully recognize, and at least I've received a number of emails from families that live close to Highview. I'm not sure if they're part of the group that is kind of the cutout that would remain at Highview regardless, or if they're one of the 7 families who would be grandfathered in. And they're very passionate about wanting to go to Highview, that they can see it from their home. And I fully appreciate that and sympathize with that. I don't think that's the reality that we can operate in, unfortunately, at the moment. And know that there are many families who don't go to their nearest elementary in our district. That being said, I think the message is always that we have amazing schools, and I know that's not trying to be a cop-out, but, you know, these families are going to go to Eastview Elementary. The administrator for that school is here, very passionate about what he does in Lakeville and the teachers at that school. And so they're going to have an amazing educational experience wherever they are. And I think if parents understand, like, the overcrowding that their child would experience versus having the space to really learn and be a kid, I think those are things to also consider. But I also appreciate what the families are emailing us about.
Yeah, Brian and Brett, a question for you too. If option 2 gets implemented, both of you get what you're asking for, don't you? I mean, well, hold on just a second, Brian. You don't move, if you can look out the window and see your school, this year, nobody has to move, right? So you've got stability in that as opposed to the instability from last year and doing it again this year. So if we go to a long-term, again, option 2, a long-term analysis and study of boundaries, what if we start that study with the premise that you're bringing forward?
Go back to option 2.
With the premise you're bringing forward, so in that study, it starts with the fact that can we do this with, like I said, like you guys are saying, if you can see a school out your window, can my kid go to it? And what if the study starts with that premise? Don't you still get what you're asking for? I mean, this year and potentially next year or in 28 and 29? That's what I'm not understanding.
And I'm fine with that. I guess I'm looking at, sorry, I don't like this. I guess the only, you know, I hate the cutout, but again, we're looking at it for a year, and if there's 7 kids already and they're getting grandfathered in, then it's anybody new, they would go to Eastview for a year, but they would know that, hey, well, maybe they don't know, but like, send them a flyer. Like, hey, guess what? You're going to Eastview this year, but we are going to redo all this, and you may be at Highview next year. Like, I mean, it comes with your welcome to the neighborhood packet. Like, I don't know, you sign your paperwork, and guess what? Well, you might be zoned for that, but.
And that's where I think it helps if we start working on the next decision quickly.
As soon as possible.
You know?
Yeah, I would agree
So
with
people
that.
can anticipate when they move into a neighborhood, okay, this is, yeah.
Yep, and I love not moving people, but I love putting that kind of premise, like, you know, again, that, if you look at E3, or whatever one you're talking about here, I mean, most of these schools, they are pretty much surrounded by the people who go to that school, and then the boundaries stretch wherever it has to go to, you know, meet all the needs of whatever. I mean, they kind of do that. Like, so, I mean, again, I think that's the goal. You want people to go, you know, if you live
To
right
make sure
there,
I
you should go
understand,
there.
are you saying, and maybe I misheard, that anyone in this boundary right now are grandfathered into Highview for next year for sure? But we don't know about the following year, but for next year for sure. And then any new developments or new homes that happen between now and the end of the next school year, they're all going to Eastview. Okay. And then all of these kids that are up here are still zoned to go to Highview. And so where are we at right now from a capacity-wise then in this model? Can we go back to the numbers to show?
724.
Yes, 724,
And then-
720.
720? And so what percentage capacity is that?
It was 103, I believe.
And so we've talked before, 85, 90% is comfortably tight. And we're at 103 already. All right. So if you go back to the design, I just want to know, as a two-way option, how many kids are in that breakout here? Because
North of the breakout.
north of the breakout, and if that's 100 kids or 50 kids, that gives you a little bit of capacity to reduce Highview. And while I disagree, I agree that the change isn't going to be favorable, but their school next year more than likely would be Cherry View. I mean, if you look at the interactive map,
But E3 has that one remaining as at Highview.
Agree, E3 does, but because it also has a different cut down the bottom. And but I think because the issue right now is capacity, right? and we're only moving these kids over to Cherry View, and how many kids is this down in this bucket here?
No one.
Oh, sorry, but okay. So we haven't made any really changes then. That's, and we're still sitting at 103, and we're getting emails from teachers saying it's packed. I don't have a room. I think there was a teacher that moved on because there wasn't maybe. So either we rip the Band-Aid now, or you have 700 kids running at 103% capacity for the next year because you don't want to make the call today. That's what I see.
But
Huh?
I don't think what I'm trying to avoid is ripping a Band-Aid now and then ripping a Band-Aid in another 1 to 2 years.
But then you're running a school
Right,
hot for
but
a whole year.
I realize that,
In
and I
addition
think
to what
that
we had today,
stinks.
or this year. Go ahead.
And the reality is that we can talk about how these lines are going to move, but we don't know how that is going to impact the numbers. And so we can play around with it on the thing, but we don't have the numbers in front of us, which means if you say that, we can't make a decision on that without knowing the numbers.
Fair enough.
Which
Then
means we have
can
to push this out
propose-
further.
Can we propose a quick turnaround on what a two-way option might look like and get it via email, and we can discuss it next week, or call a special meeting and make a decision by Friday?
Tracy, do you have thoughts on that? I mean, because that's, I mean, how many people are in this work group that you would have to get, you know what I mean? Like, it's not just.
16 of us.
Right.
So that area just north of that river, I think we got the numbers on that. It's pretty densely populated with students, which if we move that to Cherry View, then Cherry View's over 90% capacity.
Which is, all right, so
then Cherry View's running hot.
by adding
It's
these
actually
additional
close to
kids.
97% is what we would be doing to Cherry View. That was, I think, that.
What Cherry View's right now is that? What is it right now?
60-some percent. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so I think for sure, there is one of your line draws, Director Thompson, that we did evaluate is coded BT8. And I think that one did realign us at Cherry View, and I think there was another one that you in fact did give us over the weekend. I'm not being able to pull it up, but I'll share it back with you as soon as I can get my hands on it. I think it was putting Cherry View in the 900s.
So I guess that's the unknown. Like, how many kids or students are in this pocket? And I think what I saw in your enrollment counts, we've got Cherry View right now at 639, and how many can it hold? Roughly 900, I thought. And so I'm having, I mean, is this 200 students here or 250?
So, and I guess we're weighing bad options, right? Do you move kids 2 years in a row, or do you have kids at an overpopulated school? You know, which one does more harm to the students?
Well, we wouldn't be, we're only moving kids once.
No, we moved them.
Which would be this pack.
We moved them last year.
That's the challenge, is like, this isn't going to solve the problem. So it's going to be something that we have to develop a longer-term solution that I think is more significant.
Yeah, well,
And give the space and time for that so that we can do something once that's highly effective and not going to result in multiple changes across multiple years.
So I asked, and I think Brett did too, I asked parents, because I'd thrown out the idea of voluntary transfers back if we bus them, right? Which there are a lot of other complicating factors I've learned. Namely, adding additional teachers, and it would just increase our costs quite a bit. But I asked some of the Highview families, given the population issue, would you voluntarily bring your kids back to Eastview? And the ones I asked said no. And I think that was the same for Brett. Yeah.
It was the same for me, and part of it was because of the new principal.
Yeah, so which I was kind of
Excited
surprised.
to see what the new principal will bring to the table and maybe change some of the culture at that school. So
I will say also, Director Thompson, with your suggestion of moving that whole subdivision, that causes a lot of issues with staffing that we have in place, and I know Jessica's here if you needed to speak to that, but that would impact our teachers and the staffing that we already have set up at Highview. And at Cherryview, we would have to add teachers there to be able to accommodate all of those students.
Here's another question. Like, if you took that section though, are they all kindergartners? Are they all second graders?
Right.
They're through the spectrum. So like, that's where it's hard. I know. I'll just start yelling. But that's where it's hard right now is looking at it, like, you know, if we had, you know, if you had a little bubble over it and said like this neighborhood, there's, you know, 20 kindergartners, there's 10 first graders and 30 third graders and whatever, like that'd make it a lot easier to look at a map and start drawing lines. But until we have something that's a little more interactive like that, I mean, it's really hard to know how many kids are going in each way because, again, the staffing issues and whatnot. I mean,
Yeah, and
what if, I mean, that little chunk, that's been developed for a while, hasn't it? What if they're all fourth and fifth graders right now?
so to that point, and it'd be good to share the information on the voluntary transfer costs and just because class sizes, it's interesting to look at, you know, we need to lose X amount of kids out of Highview before we drop a class there. But if you add, you know, 3 kindergartners to Eastview, you have to add another teacher, right? And you don't lose, it's not 1 for 1. You know, you could very easily start adding. So if you move that whole area there north of the river, you know, over to Cherryview, it could equate to 5 teachers, right?
Is that unfeasible?
Isn't this, I think the whole point, or in my mind, is that we do not know how that would play out. And I don't think it's a quick fix solution. To me, this seems like, and I'm reiterating, but like, let's make a decision tonight that helps us get through a year to then, in this next year, make more significant long-term plans. I also don't want an overpopulated school. None of us do.
I mean, we already heard about it, them running hot this year, and they're gonna run again.
Can you turn your mic on?
So I just want to say to Director Thompson's point, my oldest son was in a classroom that had like 36 kids at Cherryview. They couldn't even fit enough desks in the classroom at the time. And I don't think that we consider, which I appreciate Director Thompson's comments about what that does to not only students but staff when the building is that overcrowded. So one of the things that we experienced with that, he was in the autism program at the time. We had no inclusion that year, absolutely none, because it was so overstimulating to be in the classroom with that many kids. And then it was hard to have another adult in the classroom because there are kids that need paraprofessional support, and then that adds another adult, and then we can't do that. It makes it really hard to do interventions within the classroom because you can't bring in another teacher to run a small group because there's not enough space. So then you have teachers doing small groups in the hallway. It makes it really hard to have like the specialists with like PE and music and all. I mean, it is very, very difficult. There's a lot of things. So I do appreciate him bringing this topic up because we are letting it sit with a building that's been hot all last year and now is again over capacity this year.
So Tracy, to that point, I mean, what are our class sizes looking like at Highview? I mean, are we over our norms for all the other schools?
Do you know?
Here, if you want
I-
it.
oh, did you-
24 in kindergarten. Dang it. Looks like 24 enrolled in kindergarten, 23.8 in first, 24 in second, 26.75 per class in third, 26.4 in fourth, 29.75 in fifth.
So
That's
is that all within
current
our,
in
accept? Like,
Highview.
those are all within our normal ranges at every school? So we don't have a Cherryview. Was it Cherryview?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we don't have that
Yeah,
kind of a situation for
we're
next year.
monitoring that and operating in our guidelines to the point of Director Cameron and mitigation. Second and fourth, we know we have to do classroom mitigation there in order to keep within our guidelines because we don't want to have that situation. And we're being very sensitive to that. And I'm not suggesting that the capacity at Highview is in any means ideal. I think the longer range or the bigger picture is, and I think I've had some conversations with Director Thompson about this, and that's across the whole system, getting into a better overall percentage. And that's the goal. If there's another guideline, if you will, that there's, a line of sight from whatever distance that may be as a premise, then we can start doing that detailed analysis and comply with the board's desires there and serve our community that way. I just, again, feel like this option 2 gives us the optimum amount of flexibility in order to do that and to do it well. That I think the timeline we're in right now, if we did option 1 or 3, has second and third order effects that probably don't serve us in the long run. That's just I'd just like to reiterate that.
Brett. Understand, agree, and I had you send me all of these numbers, so I know I specifically asked you about like 5th grade being somewhat pivotal in my opinion going into middle school. Wanted to see about 3 schools that had 31 kids per class in 5th grade and the cost associated with that, as well as one school for kindergarten, I think is what I asked. The cost associated with that was almost $400,000 to add teachers for all of those to try to drop those down. So given kind of where we're at numbers wise, I mean, class size, technically, they're all kind of within the chart, they're within the range. Highview's just got too many classes. So you need to pull 30 kids out of like multiple classes to make Highview work. I mean, you're looking at, for sure, 4th grade, 2nd grade, and 1st grade. You need to pull 23, 24, and 26 kids out of those grades. Like, I mean, it's 60 some odd kids you got to move, but you got to move them strategically because those are the big sections. So,
All right. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to accept option 2.
Is there a second? on
I
the
will
motion?
second, but did you have?
No, go.
Okay, I will second that.
All right.
Yes.
I'd like to make amendment on, no, I'm just kidding.
You joke, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, right.
Any discussion on the approval of option number 2 as presented? I assume that includes the Amelia Meadows going to JFK and MMS as well?
I just
And
add one
Director
one
Cameron.
thing, and I know Superintendent Baumann, you're already thinking about this, but knowing that Highview will have a new administrator next year, I think it's just important to surround her with mentoring and support, right? And probably more than if it was a seasoned 194 principal in this situation, and I think she'll be very successful.
I'm probably
at it.
going to move my office over there for the first 3 months. But I'll also share that there's, because they're over 700, there'll be an AP there as well. And that's been programmed in the budget. So, yeah.
And I know what you're thinking, I just want to say that out loud, that
Yeah,
she
no,
will be
thank you.
successful, and
Thank
we
you.
will
I-
make sure of that.
I appreciate that.
I do want to say, to Brett's point earlier, inter-district transfer is still open if parents and families are concerned about the number of students at Highview. So,
Yeah, good point.
in your discussion?
I'm not in favor. I think as a board, that's part of our job is this. Like, we should be having working sessions, and yeah, we probably should have had conversations on this in February and March instead of waiting until July. I mean, I get school starts in 2 months, but I'm not gonna have another school run this hot, and part of our job as a board is to have these working sessions, hammer it out, and if we have to have one tomorrow or have one on Thursday, that's what we should be doing, but that's my point of view.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you, and I think we do move quickly to get the long-term plan in place. I just don't like the idea of moving kids 2 years in a row.
I don't like the idea of moving kindergartners who've already sort of gone to orientation and whatnot and met, staff and everything else, and
They haven't had
started getting used
orientation
to.
since July 8th. That doesn't start until, what, August?
They happened in May, I think,
Okay.
back when we still had all the teachers there.
You're committed
I
to,
don't,
like,
I don't love it. I don't love it either, man. I really don't.
There
I
isn't.
love the fact that
then
this,
let's ask for a 2A option then. If you don't love it, like, go back to the drawing board and come back.
but it doesn't impact anybody who's currently at the schools. They get to stay where they're at. There's no turmoil on that side of the house. We have to mitigate the school with the plans that they're doing already. They're gonna put bodies there to help out. I mean,
Yeah, if we were in a Cherry View situation, a la 2 years ago, where there's 36 kids in a class, I think that's where it's like, okay, we need to make a tough decision now. I mean, but if the class sizes are the same, we just have more classes, and if they're still able to use the communal areas, effectively, the lunchroom and the gyms, I don't know. I'd just rather make the right decision this time, so we're not doing it again.
I'm assuming that lunch is an issue, because even though the class sizes are small, you still have to get that many kids through the lunchroom, and you have a limited amount of time to do that. So I'm just trying to be transparent with this, and I'm sure that this does not take care of lunch for this at all.
do you want to continue then?
Do an amendment, like, it's fine.
All right, if there's no other discussion, there being a first and a second, all in favor of approval of option number 2, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, it's approved. Motion to adjourn. Seconded, all in favor? Aye. All opposed?